We are live now? All right, cool. All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome over to today's Pacific Northwest Guilty Gear Strive exhibition. As always, I'm Tabby, and with me today, I've got my co-host that you should know well.
I'm for Sean. We're coming at you with the Pacific Northwest Guilty Gear Strive exhibition, hosted by your glorious host, Day. And Day, you've been doing some work out here with a lot of these events, holding lots of qualifiers and Seattle Skirmish.
Absolutely, yeah. They've put a lot of work into really helping the Pacific Northwest sort of resurrect itself after a long delay of not being able to play in person. So we do always appreciate that, as well as spending the time organizing an event together like this with our this exhibition, which features some of the best within the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, primo players.
As well as primo players. If you caught bonus round yesterday, you were able to see a couple of them in action. Players like Qeuw and Ebonic Plague were both there competing in the event. And they're going to be able to hopefully, show the same stuff that they were showing before. But we'll have to see, because they're going to have to fight some tough competition in players like DrBadfish, GLaw, Something Innocuous, and Symbolist.
Yeah, this is a total of about 6 players here, and you're going to see them. Some of them are from the qualifiers that they won over the course of time. But we kind of have, a sort of a character variety here. We do have 2 souls. You can't escape the fate that is Soul. We got DrBadfish as Chipp. Something Innocuous as Giovanna. We have GLaw going as Eno, and Qeuw, Titan player, playing Potemkin. This is a round robin tournament, first to 4, which means this could be about the percentage of wins you do get. So if it does come to a tie, you'll kind of see that come into effect later on. But we should be getting hopefully started here very soon as we get all the players kind of associated here with. And Tabby, you have any thoughts? I've seen now Qeuw and Ebonic Plague are some people on my list in terms of they're pretty strong. I could see them taking, Ebonic Plague, I would say one of the strongest commentary players in the nation right now. I don't know if it's a big statement to say, but how do you feel about the competition today?
I think all of these players with the Pacific Northwest really can pump out a lot of high quality players, and I think a lot of them they don't get a shine as much as you can see, so they can really, with something like today, show off their ability and skill. I think one player that you really need to make sure that you keep in mind is DrBadfish. If you're not paying attention to every tournament, especially within a region, you might not recognize that name, but they ended up just right at 9th at Pinnacle. And as well as, I think they've gotten, first at 4 Vancouver Street Battles so far throughout the game. That's a lot of wins, and Vancouver, is a home for Airdasher players. Pacific Northwest has a lot of Airdashers, but Vancouver especially, they really like their anime games.
They definitely do. A lot of Washington players and Oregon players, I've seen travel up to Canada just to fight some of their best. And yeah, it's a good thing to mention. Yeah, 9th at Pinnacle is nothing to sneeze at. DrBadfish has seen a lot of the PNW online tournaments. And there's something cool to mention here. A lot of these players in this exhibition haven't really fought each other. This will be some of the first time, for instance, Symbolist hasn't fought against DrBadfish, Ebonic Plague, or Qeuw, or Something Innocuous. So you'll be seeing first time matchups here in terms of players.
Absolutely, yeah, and you do have it's sort of interesting to see the players that a lot of people would recognize at most within this tournament are all the ones that have played each other, and the ones that are that you might not recognize from a first glance are they don't have any of that experience, as well as those are usually the people that are actually playing these off characters. You're not seeing because let's see here, I'm trying to remember everything. People like DrBadfish is playing Chipp. There's not really a high level Chipp that consistently is showing up to these online regional events.
No,
so
no,
and especially even within the online sphere as a whole, Chipp is one of the lesser popular characters. So it really is going to come to a lot of matchup knowledge that some of these players might not have, and allowing these players to take games where they otherwise wouldn't.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to be on point against a character like Chipp, and you make a good point about how a lot of people don't play this character, but yet a lot of people say this character is very good. So it might be just like not many people have the patience or the drive to play it. They kind of want to have a little more guts or just more straightforwardness. But I think this character is very hard to deal with, especially in the corner when you have all the wall run mix-ups and whatnot. And I think it's really cool is that some of these I'm seeing like a lot of history with these players is that this is some of their first time playing a fighting game competitively, and that's like cool to see. Some people have like experience playing old Guilty Gears and other fighting games, but it's cool to see like I gotta talk about like Symbolist again. This is like they had played I guess Blaze Blue Tag Battle in the past, but they weren't very good. However, saying this is like they're really got to be clean and strive. They put many hours into it, and I think it's really has paid off for them in terms of now they are here fighting in this exhibition and play against a lot of our great players.
You know what? One thing that I think is really, really interesting about Strive is that a lot of the top players in the game are either historically strong anime players or started with BB Tag.
BB Tag is the progenitor, is the origin.
And that's even true if you look at some of the larger, out in the larger player base. A player like Razzo is a Blaze Blue player. Diaphone was a Blaze Blue player, and those are, two of the top names in North America right now. It's just kind of interesting to me. And then as well as the two players we have from Oregon, Ebonic Plague and Qeuw, are also both BB Tag players. They're seasoned anime players. They also play games like Soul Calibur and the like. But a lot of people at this high level have that BB Tag knowledge coming through. So maybe some of them, how explosive that game is, really just allowed them to exceed at Strive. But that's definitely something we'll have to see.
You tell me Ebonic plays Blaze Blue? That's crazy. Never knew that. I'm
Yeah.
just kidding. But yeah, it's really cool to see this as a melting pot of players coming from a whole bunch of different games and converting their fundamentals over into Strive. And I'm really interested to see like we have two Souls in here, and Soul has been such a bane over this game existence, the poster boy of this game, the love child of Daisuke. And I want to see like if I love one of the quotes here from Ebonic Plague that has kind of put some information down. He's like, "Are you like scared of anybody in this bracket?" And then honestly, it's like, no, because everybody's gonna get hit by heavy volcanic viper at some point, right? This is a matter of time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I've definitely been hit by a volcanic viper in my life, and it's not fun on the life bar. But we can sort of get into talking about the first matchup that we have, which I believe is Ebonic Plague and Something Innocuous. Sort of on that. Something Innocuous is playing Giovanna, and with Giovanna, that can actually be kind of hard for Soul to deal with the pressure if they're not prepared. Giovanna's very high movement, and forcing the opponent to play a slower neutral game will, makes the Soul check. And as we've seen with Ebonic Plague before, he's very aggressive. He doesn't want to be playing neutral. He wants to be in your face. He wants to be pressing the slash button as much as possible.
That's right. Definitely the punch man of this game. And Something Innocuous having just won a qualifier recently, a couple days ago, against GLaw, that that will also be in this exhibition. So coming off a fresh win, I'm really curious. Are they bringing their A game here against Ebonic Plague, who is also getting back in the swing of things? Just got warmed up at the tournament yesterday. And so I think we're already starting off with a pretty big banger. Some people like to call Giovanna kind of like Baby Soul in terms of like they kind of like pressure in the same way. But I will say with Giovanna, it's going to be about the way they reset pressure with the flip kick or the spiral arrow. And then when you think you have a grasp on those things, you kind of mix up the super dive kick as well, and it makes it hard to react in that matter. You have great normals like Far Slash and 5K that we'll kind of see come into play, and it'll probably be up to Ebonic Plague to hopefully crush a lot of those buttons.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. As well as with Giovanna, once you've gotten in, that's sort of where she can actually excel, by layering on all this pressure that she has in the form of her 236S and 214S, trying to either catch the opponent mashing with a frame trap, try to use a larger button to delay and continue to plus frames, and just continue to reset pressure.
Yeah, plus Flames of Plenty will be the name of the game. I think between both of these characters, of course, you'll have they have the mechanic with Giovanna that her Hulk mode and whatnot that she gets like the defense and damage multiplier. But honestly, I see Giovanna's would love to spend that meter. You do get a slight bonus still with half meter and whatnot, but for some reason, Something Innocuous is the player to kind of just hold on to that meter. It will definitely come into play. You end up having like defense modifiers close to Potemkin, which is crazy to think about. You have great meter gain in this character. And I think, why not use that meter? It creates so many opportunities, especially with using. We're seeing more and more players that use BRC. I think is a great opportunity to punish things that are more hard to punish in the game, and also just create this really tense situation where if your opponent also has meter to spend for RC, they'll spend it to counter your RC. It's like a mechanic to counter a mechanic, and I mean, even if you don't get the neutral aspect, you stole their meter.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been interesting. Personally, like I was using BRC pretty early on, just as a factor for creating, forcing mix-ups off of it, which I think you've seen an evolution to using BRC as or Blue Roman Cancel as an equivalent to Yellow Roman Cancel back in Guilty Gear Exard,
right?
Where you were using it actually just in neutral to eat your opponent's inputs, so that they would mess up some kind, a 6P or some kind of DP input while you were attempting to pressure them, and that was very common. And you've seen that more and more on these players' pressure, where they'll create that opportunity and then Blue Roman Cancel or even Purple Roman Cancel, depending on the move, and then use that to. And it's happened to me time and time again, where I've had my input 8 mid Roman Cancel and then get blown up for it. So it's definitely something that we'll have to see potentially that the meta evolves as a whole. I know that's not something frequently within this matchup that we're about to see that Ebonic Plague uses, but I believe I believe I've gotten hit by it from Something Innocuous before. So,
and I think it's cool to mention.
Definitely something to look out for.
Because there's a play style difference between these two players, and audience will hopefully have to keep a lookout for that, because you'll kind of see how players like to use their meter. What is their normal of choice, and how do they like to counter each other in certain ways? Because no two player plays the same, and I think Strive helps do that with the mechanics entail. But I think we are getting down to business very soon. Ebonic Plague, Something Innocuous are coming up to bat. Something Innocuous has that red glow going in, already got the power up looking like, and then Ebonic Plague going in as the Amelia cosplayer. And if you are familiar with Ebonic Plague's Twitter, you already know what I'm talking about.
Amelia cosplayer extraordinaire.
Yeah, so many good honestly cool players that will come at the bat, and so many cool characters that we're probably going to see in terms of I'm also interested in seeing how GLaw this will go. That's another character I don't see too much in my area as well, but that is also, I like to call it, a hard to blockable character. It's just a matter of when you're going to get hit. So definitely something I am also looking forward to. And guys,
yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh, I was just going to mention, there is actually some potential that we could see with potential alternate character choices coming out. In these exhibitions, you kind of can, a lot of people will tend to prepare for specific matchups. So while you might see, someone like Qeuw, for example. Qeuw is a known, he's been playing Potemkin from the get-go, but he has a Giovanna that he brings out from time to time.
Correct.
I know other players have also played some secondaries and have been practicing them within the game. So it'll be interesting to see if that's something that gets brought out in these exhibition matches.
Yeah, you could be saying hey, I'm sticking to one character, but you kind of put your character on the card there, and then you kind of just switch it up if for some reason you can't keep up. But about to catch up now to the first match. Something Innocuous versus Mr. Ebonic Plague coming up to bat here. Giovanna. So now I like to say, what's the guess of the round start, Tabby? What's I feel for? Do we have respect going on?
Ebonic Plague loves to either backdash round start or 2S round start. That's usually one of his stronger options that he goes for, as it's a safe button with soul. Well, 2S specifically is a safe button with soul and catches most buttons that a player will throw out, or backdashes or just attempts to walk back as a respect if they think their opponent's going to try to do something wild and pressure them. But we'll be seeing very shortly. And that comes fresh, and he just walks back, but Giovanna jumping in with the 2S, just applying that pressure very quickly, tries to 5k punish, but isn't able to get it.
Yeah, and something really good with Giovanna too, using that dash to kind of counter what you mentioned Ebonic Plague likes to do, but there we go. And wow, Innocuous doing a great job of keeping Ebonic Plague in the corner with the pressure.
Absolutely. One other thing you need to point that you might be seeing come out is actually Giovanna 2D, where, that's that round right there. Giovanna 2D is actually a great button to use versus Soul 6S, so it's hard for Soul to use in this because you're creating a long counter hit punish. There you see right there, Ebonic Plague using the 2S right at the round start to try to force it. And is just wanting to play mid-screen. He's able to get the hard knockdown with the 6H into Fafnir, now playing that classic Soul pressure game.
Yeah, gotta use those plus frames in there, clipping with the 2S and get in a great series. Now putting Innocuous in the corner, trying to reset, to jump in. There we go, gets the counter, elbow, misses the Night Vortex, but able to kind of reset there.
You see just that pressure continuing going, even with a faultless defense, you can't block forever, and they're going to take it up to 1-1.
Wow, and this is already kind of a slobber knocker there. And Noxious got a great start, and there we go, once again coming in with the far slash. Oh, I want to say that was a DP on the punish right with the grab.
That may have been, but even with the close slash starter getting into the counter right now, you can see Giovanna with the 50 meters, so she's able to gain that extra damage, burning it, but we'll be able to get it quickly to back into the corner, but it's not going to matter, and Something Innocuous is going to take it.
And that was some optimization, using the dust at the end just to make sure to get all that health squeeze out of Ebonic Plague Soul. And what a great start for Something Innocuous. The name may say it, but honestly, this play is not offensive. I'll tell you what. But there has to be some kind of adjustment already because these games are already kind of going fast, and I wonder, it's a matter of like getting in Giovanna's face before she does, because that's what it really kind of seems, because we saw Ebonic Plague get around in there, and it was more the fact that he was kind of able to make his first mark.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those where the pace of this match is really controlled by the aggressor here, and you can see that Ebonic Plague wants to be that, but Something Innocuous isn't going to allow that to happen. She's using that 2D to try to pressure out the early 2S's, and you can see that button 2D has been, players have been talking about it from the beginning, where that's just the scariest button that this character has, as well as with their very aggressive fast dash into a strike throw mix. But you can see Ebonic Plague was just able to pressure them out, reset it back to mid screen, but is able, unfortunately, the combo is dropped.
And you can see kind of maybe sort of a bait there, using the 2G and made Ebonic Plague jump as a very aerial Soul. But Ebonic Plague able to find his mark, able to reset after using the heavy DP. Catches Innocuous air to air, jump D just for good measure, and there we go, Ebonic Plague. What a great start.
Absolutely. Once again, you see 6H round start. It's one of those wild, crazier options that you need to be doing on there.
Oh my gosh.
And when it works, it works. That counter hit far slash, forcing the burst over for Ebonic Plague on this second round. But Gio brings it back to mid-screen. Nice throw tech from both players. Counter hit kicks all the way back into the corner. Clash the DP on the 2D. Both players also FD canceling after it with the respect, but it's not going to matter too much. Back in the mid-screen with Giovanna, just continuing her pressure. Now abusing those plus frames off of it. Dust overhead RC, attempts to bait a burst that's not there, and ends up taking it.
I gotta give it to Innocuous' adaptability, able to, catch not only Ebonic in the air, but also stuff all these grounded approaches, as we're seeing right now. Yeah, there we go, able to find the counter hit. Oh, and reset with the close slash, and to go into the super, and break the glass, get that positive bonus, and create a little bit more meter, and hopefully get the opportunity to finish out this round. A grab.
One thing you have to know is both players having burst at this point is something that you might be seeing early, but it's not going to matter when Something Innocuous is able to just 6P the jump.
Something Innocuous not giving Ebonic Plague a chance to even use resources. Good God. What a rush down. I mean, obviously, right, this is a rush down character, and we saw such great use of, that 2D, being the doggy step and using such the disjointedness to able to counter a lot of Ebonic Plague's grounded approaches. So Ebonic Plague might need to chill out a little bit and hopefully just, you know, find a little bit better spots to pick. But when he does find his mark, he's able to make it hurt as Soul does.
And you can see now with the change of the round start, instead of going for a wild, crazier option, trying to aggress with the IAD forward, unfortunately, Mr. Innocuous is ready to see that coming and is just going to keep that pressure into the corner and gets the throw off the dash. And now you can see Soul DPing out of it and now bringing it all the way back coast to coast, not giving him a chance to breathe. 6P's out the Fafnir and forces the burst. Dive kick super gets hit by the Gun Flame and a 5H counter hit forcing the burst.
That was just a clip right on the super. 6H for good measure, gonna pick up with the Night Raid Vortex and it's a great conversion. Extend it with the red RC. And just a drop of life left on Giovanna. Can you make it happen, Ebonic? Oh, hits all the way up there. What a generous hitbox. Giovanna does not matter. DP for your troubles.
And you see that was the fast RC into the 5H. They were already ready to continue that combo in case, and they're also ready to do it right again now with the counter hit JS. Fafnir creating those plus frames with the far slash beating on the pressure. Both players just constantly trying to exert their ability to pressure the opponent while forcing them into the mid screen. But once one of them gets rolling a little too hard, you'll see that the corner's going to be aggressive. Throw into the corner. What are they going to do? Having to compete against strike throw. Something Innocuous doing a great job of pressuring out those far slashes with the faultless defense, but isn't allowing it to get too far.
Yeah, and there's Noxious finally using the burst to gain some space, but Ebonic Plague is going to fight back. It's been really good so far. YRC, okay, get off.
Just checking the dash forward with the DP. It's one of those, if it's a throw, you're not going to lose too much and you'll get the win off the strike, and they guessed right.
Yeah, it seemed like the risk reward is definitely Ebonic Plague there at the end. It's showing that, you know, Noxious hasn't been able to deal with it quite properly. So there we go. The adaptation is coming through there. And it's something interesting. Noxious used the flip pick for probably the first time in this match. It's kind of a unorthodox playstyle, but doesn't use too many resources or too many specials to kind of reset pressure quite yet. Just kind of testing the waters, putting your opponent through that litmus test, and slowly adding options on. And I think now that we're getting deeper into the set, we're going to see that come into fruition. Wow, 6H right off the bat, and that's what gets you punished. Early burst, though.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those things that you need to, especially in these longer sets, you know, these players are going to be playing up to 7 games versus each other. You need to save some of your options for later on to catch your opponent when needed. You know, unfortunately, Ebonic Plague doesn't have as much as he's already down one game as a whole. But Something Innocuous only needs 2 more games to win.
I'm very impressed about how Innocuous is able to catch Soul in the air with this flip pick and able to be right so many times. Okay, counter hit on the 6S, doesn't get too much off, but able to get the chase down.
Yeah, the max range counter hit only really allows you to keep that pressure continuing with a gun flame. Uses the PRC to bait off the bandit bringer, but it's not going to allow it. Something Innocuous bring him to the corner, getting that 5D for the max damage off the wall. You're going to see nice instant block over the far slash, gets the counter at 6S though. Soul with 50 meter, unfortunately the combo drops, so not going to be able to finish that round. Now just keeping him full screen with those farther buttons, but is able to get the anti-air 5K. Oh, the combo drops. Dive kick super block for the plus frames, but he doesn't care. DP's out of it into the round.
You dare check my advance? DP's right after the plus super? You're a brave one.
But you can see right early on, just Something Innocuous already bringing Ebonic Plague to the corner, checking all their options, not allowing them to try to get what last round happened. But Ebonic Plague wants to force it. He likes his game plan. He wants to keep doing it. Counter hit 6H.
On the dash too? Okay, Ebonic.
You see, he uses the BRC out to try to catch any aggressive mashes. The burst forced out in the corner there, though.
Just gonna sit back and hopefully check another dash for coming up for Innocuous. They were coming in 5H.
So the Innocuous, you know, has that additional meter for the guts rating, but it's not going to matter against Soul Bad Guy. But in this case, it actually does, being able to build 100 meter, keeping him alive right at the very end. They've got time to play. Ebonic Plague now just defending against those high lows. And once again, this is a very hard spot for Something Innocuous to try to come back through, but we've seen worse. Power Slash coming up and hitting him back into the corner. It's now neck and neck, but the JS is going to be able to take it.
Yeah, that was getting a little scary there. You mentioned the mechanic actually coming in fruition with the full meteor, helping out the defense modifier and whatnot. And it was getting a little scary. I thought for a second, Noxious had potential to come back, but we saw Ebonic Plague there just do a neutral jump into the jump S to hopefully wall out while in the corner, and it seemed to be on the money at the end.
Absolutely. You can see right now, we saw Ebonic Plague was trying to keep it neck and neck, but it was just something innocuous was always getting those last couple hits in those last rounds, taking it. But he's already brought it back 2-2. It's anyone's game at this point. These players just have to force these early adaptations on. They have to force their ability to try to pressure, and they have to force damage optimization at this point. Gets the counter hit on the 2S round start with a good walk back, backdash forward, and then you can see those plus frames really being abused with Giovanna. But 5k mash out of it, and then unfortunately you're stuck in the strike throw zone, forcing that burst out from Soul.
Yeah, Noxious a good job of incorporating the throws when it kind of matters most. Plays were really off rhythm in terms of strike throw mix-up, and there we go, gonna end into the break day of super, and it's just gonna be quiet enough. No breaking glass, no positive bonus, you are dead. Good God, what a great start.
You can see both players now respecting each other with that walk back, but Ebonic Plague is ready for anything in 6 H's. And now we get to see them just sort of running the full game plan, but Something Innocuous is not having it. DP out of the flip kick, and now you can see the full combo coming through. Unfortunately, the JD isn't able to connect with the air dash, just a little too far from the corner. Counter hit far slash. We're going to bring him wall to wall with a lot of pressure. 2D's coming out.
Again, right on the money again with the flip kick, able to get the throw, going to reset with the close slash. Waiting for an option, waiting for a Ebonic Plague to maybe like rush out of the corner. Goes back in, and there we go, the late burst. I love the choice from Ebonic Plague. Doesn't get too antsy to flish, but oh no. I think that is definitely it. I was giving a lot of props there.
Something Innocuous recognized very early on that, in that round, that towards those end scramble situations, Ebonic Plague is just going to try to throw gun flames out to then get a counter hit with a 6S or 6H. But they were ready for when that first gun flame came out to just use the dog kick through it, and was able to destroy that projectile and get a hit to take that round.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of props to Nocturus there. That was, and also Ebonic too. That was going pretty close there. But we are getting more closer into this match now. 3-2. Nocturus is up. So. And I think it is still coming to a matter of like who can kind of make that first impression round start, get that momentum, and then who can kind of stay safe on defense in the corner, because if you don't, you're most likely going to get blown up because these characters do hurt.
Right on, you can see that there's Something Innocuous not allowing any kind of respect to happen, just checking the backdash, but the counter hit close slash into the side swap. We're going to see a full wall break off this potentially. Nope, just keeping him in the corner to continue that pressure. Now, not FDing any of the pressure, just letting Soul play how he wants. Gets the air dash over, a DP clash once again on that 2D. This is something that Ebonic Plague is definitely prepared for, and the Bandit Bringer gets hit out of it, keeping him into the corner.
Hey, Nocturus, you gotta abandon this air gameplay because I will stuff you every single time. And there we go, another conversion there. Ball play bought the attention though.
Nice throw tech right there, recognizing the situation. No punish on the whiff DP, but you can see the 214S coming out right after the dash, being able to take it. Now Something Innocuous on match point. Counter hit 6H, no conversion off the trade, but you can see them just continuing that pressure back and forth, back and forth. That quick dash up throw, so hard to deal with.
Chicken low
gets
with
the
the
counter hit close line.
Go very up high, coming down with the bringer. Oh, and switches up, put it in the corner. RC. Heard a lot of damage, getting the clean hit DP. And this is a great situation for Ebonic Plague. Has the life lead, gets positive bonus, but 100% meter on Giovanna's side, gonna spend it to keep the pressure, and the 5D, oh my goodness!
Oh, attempts to bait the, yes, attempts to bait the burst, but Ebonic Plague doesn't take it, is just trying to use that air pressure to get through, but 2D anti-air, looks like Giovanna has so bad guy, but it's not gonna matter with the JS hitting and using a DP to confirm. Bringing it back to 1-1, Ebonic Plague not out yet, but Something Innocuous just needs one more game to win it all. And there's the 5K challenging, bringing them all the way to the corner already.
Great reactions come out to Ebonic Plague to kind of stuff these options. Diagnostics wants to throw out, but we're seeing the 2S kind of hopefully check the backdash here. We're going to crack burst. Oh, and the burst bait, get off me, please.
You see just trying to use that airspace a little bit less aggressive, different aggressively is a better way to put it. They're, instead of trying to go for these larger bandit bringers or bandit revolvers to cover space, just doing JS to cover any kind of a counter hit that something innocuous could be doing. But it's not going to matter with the throw combo into the corner, forcing them to go back to mid-screen. And now it's neck and neck. The next touch could kill for any player. Just like that, we can see it. Giovanna with 50-meter into the corner, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, and deja vu, like we mentioned so many times throughout the match, that Innocuous was so on point with using the flip kick anti-air every time, though. Ebonic Plague was in her airspace, and it really came to fruition. I think that was really kind of one of her win cons, too. It gets stole, like, the ideas and game plan from Ebonic Plague.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that was a readaptation back to the beginnings of the of that set, where it was very similar to what their air game was being checked out right in those early rounds. Then Ebonic Plague was able to readapt to turn it around, but unfortunately that adaptation went back to where it was, and that led something innocuous to be able to take that round.
Yeah, it's a good point to make, because we definitely saw Ebonic Plague use a lot of the jump S's to kind of counter Giovanna, and what's the counter of that? A great anti-air like she does have. But honestly, that was a great first set, to be honest. We went, kind of, down to the wire in terms of we got plenty of games. It wasn't really a shutout whatsoever, but we're going to be on to the next match here. Coming down the pipeline is DrBadfish and GLaw. Now, we mentioned DrBadfish is your Chipp player from high up north in Canada, and we also got GLaw playing. Had also played in the qualifier last with Innocuous. And what's your feelings on this matchup, Chipp and Eno?
This is it's one of those part of the reason I think why people don't play Chipp a lot compared to some other characters in this game is his low health rating. You're gonna whenever Chipp gets hit, he does have the potential to die at any moment. So you're gonna see, and with Eno being able to get those pretty good damage hits now with these most recent changes to her into just constant mix. If Chipp is not prepared to guess correctly or recognize the situations where they can mash out of her pressure, then he's just gonna get blown up quickly. But it's on sort of the same plan. If Eno gets hit by Chipp once, Chipp's going to be able to run that pressure over and over and over. And it's definitely something with the high mobility, being able to avoid things like Note, being able to avoid things like Chemical Love. It's definitely going to be it can be a struggle for the Eno player coming through. I do definitely think, though, in the grand scheme of things, I think this is something that is more favored to the Eno. Just having those longer range poke buttons, as well as having that higher potential for Mix to come out.
Yeah, you definitely mentioned about Mix, and both these characters do take control of one of the best mixes in the game, which is the wall slump tech. If your combo does end your opponent, grounded at the end, you're able to make them slump, and they can't really tech out of it. And both these characters, I think, are the two most in the game that can take advantage of it. There we go, round start, 5H coming from DrBadfish.
Yeah, you can see the early gold burst on there as well, trying to just be able to get that meter to maintain the mix. But there it is, that 2S just forcing an early hit. Now trying to use, you can see they're using the air backdash and trying to bait out Chipp using a DP. Something that's going to be very useful early on. And now, the YRC gets baited, but no proper punish on it. Just continuing that pressure with those plus frames coming out from Eno. But Badfish is not going to have it with Alpha Blade and gets the counter hit. You see Eno route is honestly, handling this very well, as I was saying. Uses the jump out of that, no mash coming out from DrBadfish, and gets counter hit for the round.
Yeah, we're already seeing the drink of choice coming out from GLaw. It is Stroke the Big Victory, just kind of testing the waters in terms of, can you handle this pressure, can you? So far, you can handle the pressure after the no. I'm seeing great blocks so far from DrBadfish.
Yeah, you can definitely see both these players trying to avoid any bad situations, but Badfish takes the gamble with the DP and it gets baited. Now Eno has corner pressure, forcing the burst out. But that max range far slash, unfortunately, S-Stroke didn't get to go far enough. And now
what is this
see,
good God.
DrBadfish using Gamma Blade to continue the pressure on the wall, forcing a wall break with 100 meter, now getting an early BRC, but the PRC come out to mash on the pressure for Badfish. Then you see Eno 6H, just one of those hard tools to deal with, and is able to use dive after a JD hit to take that game.
Yeah, you probably expect Chipp to kind of use 5P to mash after the jump D there, but Dive Kick was able to kind of catch that mash, and it is, it's layered after layer of, counters to those kind of game plans that you might have on the mix there. And so the DrBadfish, playing Chipp doesn't have much to life to give, so you have to be correctly a few times. Same thing on Eno too, so we'll see how it kind of goes. This will honestly probably be a lot faster match because of how the nature of these characters go.
Duel 1.
Yeah, and especially with a character like Chipp being a as it's called like a pixie character, very low health, high damage, and with Eno's lower health values as a whole, you're going to be able to see if Chipp gets one good hit that he can take a whole round for himself. Using the IAD back there, or the jump cancel back specifically, not trying to get hurt from Chipp, but the 2S forcing the burst in the corner. Now Eno just trying to stay back as much as possible, using those longer range buttons with disjoint, and it's now going to succeed for them. Just continue to bring back in the corner. High-low mix coming out, but Chipp is able to backdash out of it.
Yeah, not to be, put down in any way. DrBadfish is still fighting back this spike in burst stage earlier, and has meter right there, going to use it, and going to get the wall run all the way up to the skies. He's going to catch him all the way down. Oh, and the wall run makes good guys. Fancy stuff coming off of DrBadfish.
Yeah, you can definitely see DrBadfish recognize the situation that the wall break wouldn't have killed there with most options, so they went to go for the reset off the mix, and it ended up working for them. But that is also something that can hurt them in the end if they have to go to a reset. And guess right, then they're in a situation where they can lose at any moment, forcing the burst out. And then you can see once again just GLaw switching to be a little bit more aggressive on their pressure, but Badfish is able to get a DP hit to lead them to be exactly how they want. Oh, gets hit with the overside. Reversal super coming out, but 5Ds it at the proper timing, is able to get the kill.
Yeah, DrBadfish is so wise that there is the gap on Fortissimo there that you can punish, and had I think the right counter to it was just the charge dust. It looked so fancy and so epic at the end, and wow, and it really incorporated DrBadfish using these these alpha blades that it made trouble for to kind of deal with at the end. You mentioned the wall runs too. It is a risk, but so far, GLaw's been kind of wrong on those.
Yeah, it's definitely, for a character like Eno who doesn't have a meterless reversal, it's hard to get out of those situations. So it really is a guess, but it's also a similar situation to, like, with Chipp with Eno's pressure, but he has that meterless reversal option. It's a little bit more risky to use, because if they guess right, then you will explode for it. And you see these counter hit traits coming out already. Oh, nice counter hit with the wall run, forcing a burst out into the corner.
Wow, expecting not to burst so high, would that be pretty risky if DrBadfish was ready for it? I'm kind of curious.
That may have been something ready where they could have just done a very late burst, or a very... Yeah, they could have done like a late burst there to avoid that situation.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but we are right back there. Wow, coming in with the far S. Chasing up in this guy's retaliating with the El Kabong normal. Chasing with the dive kick.
Recognizing the situation that they had a chance to mash there, but ended up using a little bit of a slower button, so wasn't able to fully get a full punish off of it with blocking it. But we're going to see continue that mix, and it gets the leaf grab to be able to take that. First leaf grab of the set, and definitely something that we should be seeing more coming for the rest of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And Qeuw got his own lift explosion, so we'll probably see that come out a lot more, because if it lands once, it might land twice, but we'll see if GLaw is ready for it now.
But it looks like GLaw's ready, that they're able to just continue. Tries to use the super to bait out, but ends up getting the mix off the purple beat guard break into a perfect.
Yeah, able to reset with a lot of plus frames, and yeah, a perfect definitely sends a statement to a player. GLaw is definitely not out of this yet. I've gotten impressed kind of early on in this set, but I am fighting just back this far.
Oh, now you see the disjoint helping them out there, but gets the counter 5H, forcing the burst. See both players now just respecting each other as much as possible, but getting the counter hit with the far slash, bringing him all the way to the corner with the mix, but is able to backdash out of it, and just now being able to continue Chipp pressure. This is something very hard to deal with. The RC, what's the high-low mix? It ended up blocking correctly. Oh, nice blocks on there, but Chipp is able to get the hit after the third mix in a row. Now just continuing to go further and further. Counter hit 6H into the corner. This should kill using the meter just in case.
Just in case, and it will just be enough. And DrBadfish using what Daisuke blessed his character with, which is multiple jumps and able to kind of catch him, GLaw that is, with the double overhead action, and that's what really kind of sealed the deal there.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, a lot of what, if you're not prepared to play against the Chipp, they'll be able to get you with that third jump, because it's something that if you're not ready for it in their pressure, you'll try to do something risky to get them out of it, and then they just jump right over you. And that's when they get their free hits, and that's where they can really show the high damage opportunity that character has. The early JK hit, and then into the 2S forcing the burst. But now you can see GLaw once again switching back to those disjointed normals, trying to poke out the larger pressure that Badfish is doing. But Badfish isn't going to let them even have it, getting the counter hit 6H into the K-Blade, into the wall break.
Yeah, it all started from a call out, and I think it's going to pay dividends. I think a perfect is in the works here. Yes, it is. Wow, DrBadfish says, hey, you may have got me earlier, but I'm returning the favor in style.
And yeah, you can see the high damage from both of these characters coming out with their low defense. Oh, goes under the 6H, wow. Just bringing them all the way to the corner already. Recognizing they were going to backdash, tries to go for a dust, but gets bursted out of it. But it doesn't matter, continuing to keep them into the corner. But the J2K working out in their favor, letting DrBadfish get the mix. Nice block from GLaw, forcing the burst. And now we're going to see that corner damage come through. Oh, doesn't finish it, but gets the purple beat combo into the reset. DrBadfish on a pixel of health, but could still make it out with a lot of good play here. 50 meter almost on deck for both players.
Okay, let's see if the patience will pay off. There we go, DrBadfish playing on a pixel, and a trade in GLaw's favor. We'll kind of tie it up here in the set.
See the counter hit right at the round start. Both players just countering. They're pressing buttons and they don't want to stop. But you can see now GLaw is having to respect using that SD to try to push Chipp out of the pressure, but not allowing it to happen. Getting Alpha Blades at the quarter to reset. Nice instant block on the JH. Was able to pressure them out of it. Isn't able to continue the combo, unfortunately. Leaf grab coming through once again.
Oh, and there we go. The pesky overhead setup on the whip. Wasn't quite ready for it, and there we go. A rush in grab. You know, I'm liking what DrBadfish is throwing out. You know, GLaw was able to block the double overhead mix-up there, and he's like, all right, fine. You're just going to keep blocking? I don't want to be blocking. I'm just going to grab you. And then you incorporated more grabs, and that's kind of what sealed the deal at the end.
Mm-hmm. Now, you know, we'll definitely have to see an adaptation. Is GLaw going to try to go for, you know, they're going to try to think that in those situations, the grab's going to come out, so they can try to mash, they can try to backdash. Is then Badfish going to get rewarded for that, or are they going to try to read that and then go for a strike? Is that real RPS game is then going to be coming out now that we've seen the evolution of this match happen so far?
Well, potentially DrBadfish could be winning it here 3-1 over GLaw, but unless GLaw has something to say about it. Already got DrBadfish in the corner, but there we go. Fighting back out with DrBadfish. Gonna put GLaw in the corner now, chasing with the Alpha Blade.
Just using those K Alpha Blades to their fullest advantage, creating a safe situation while getting that poke damage. But GLaw's not going to have it, just continuing to pressure him out. But Badfish wants to go another leaf grab. He's been using this a lot recently. Tries to go for the throw setup, and ends up going for the low. And GLaw recognizes the situation and blocks it. Let's see. Oh, the continuation of the pressure. FD's not even being far enough to push it out, and the 6P is going to take it.
Yeah, we saw DrBadfish just back up, knowing that GLaw was probably to come forward and, you know, have kind of like the psychic mentality to keep this pressure kind of going.
You can see the pokes coming out, you know, just both players wanting to sit full screen, not allowing their opponent to run their game plan. Stroke coming out, attempts to block the burst, but a delayed burst is able to help him, and the JS punish, but those 2Ks are just coming, J2Ks are coming out and really forcing GLaw to try to block, but it doesn't matter now that it's their turn to pressure.
There we go. We saw an empty jump below. It works on everybody, and it does work for GLaw right there. Able to find Airdashers series on the dive kick. Okay, mission to heaven. Oh no, you hate to see that. You hate to see a whiffed BP.
GLaw showing that they're not going to take these games without a fight. They're forcing Badfish to work at their fullest potential, and it's definitely something, you know, nice run under of the node, recognizing that situation. But GLaw is now able to continue that mix going. Gets the double overhead into the corner, not allowing the wall break to happen, but DP's out back to safety. Just pushing him back over wall to wall. Ooh, nice blocks on the left-right. PRC back. I blocked the wrong side there, I'll be honest.
Yeah, me too. But they're incorporating some, extra layers here. Oh my goodness, caught the backdash, DrBadfish, but GLaw fighting right back.
Yeah, 6B's out of the mix situation, not allowed to happen. Gets the JH, oh, but no follow with the VCL. This is still Badfish's chance to take it, but GLaw's able to do it, showing that they're not going to be getting 3-1 here.
Yeah, able to slam down. It says, no, we are going to another game. You are not ending me here. GLaw, not to be outdone 4-1 here. So, closing the gap here, and I like the way GLaw is playing, able to kind of, get out of these pressure, and, finding the gaps where DrBadfish is trying to plug. And so it comes down to, are these mix-ups working? Or should we incorporate, more patience here and that? I don't think so, because DrBadfish is seeming like a very huge aggressor compared to GLaw. Granted, they are doing a good job of sometimes trading those roles.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you have to trade early on, especially versus a Chipp. You can't just allow them to be full screen and start to run their game plan. Because, even with Chipp being the counter hit 2H, forcing a burst out. But even with Chipp being this very high rushdown character, they can use tools like Shuriken to get free damage and pressure coming from full screen, as well as, tools like Gamma Blade or Alpha Blade to try to gap close in if they're not prepared. But GLaw is not allowing Badfish to have any of that this game, and is just continuing the damage through and through. But it's now Badfish's turn to pressure, and we see the wall break into the JD. It's neck and neck. Next touch could do it for either player. BRC early on blocks the H strokes, jumps out of the 6H.
Go. Now GLaw, we're seeing that aggressive playstyle. Kind of has to, right? You want to finish play?
Yep, you can't zone out too long. You have to go for the mix, and ends up able to get that with the low.
Right, GLaw is definitely keeping this up. Once again, these psychic reads, air-to-air round starts. DrBadfish just seems to know.
And the counter hit 5H is just now going to allow the wall break setup come from DrBadfish, but forces the burst out, and the DP whiffs, but no punish on it. Alpha Blade bringing it back down to the ground, keeping him safe, but Purple B combo coming through, now allowing Qeuw to get the mix, but good blocks from DrBadfish.
Eventually you are going to get hit, and there we go. GLaw finding a mark on DrBadfish, breaking the glass, and going to get some resources. Going to, I guess, fall way back and hopefully wait for the meteor to come to on their side. But DrBadfish will use that right away. It's been no time not getting it. And the reset, nice block. YRC, I do agree with that. Right places.
Alpha Blade hits, and that's going to do it for DrBadfish for that game, bringing it 1-1. It's still neck and neck at this point. Once again, DrBadfish try to go for those instant super jump JKs to check anything GLaw's trying to do in the air, but they're not having it, staying on the ground. And see, it rewards them, keep it, and bringing Badfish all the way to the corner.
Double jump, hopefully trying to bait something from GLaw, but able to find the mark on the jump H.
Going under 5H was a great call from GLaw, and they're once again bringing him all the way back, just trying to continue to pressure. But the Badfish isn't allowing them to get away without doing some kind of mix. And there's the counter hit 6H, no burst potential with 100 meter. You can see Badfish just burning the super early on to try to get as much damage as possible. Gets the overhead into the RC and is able to take it.
Yeah, able to bless the dome at the end there and make it most count there, but I gotta give it to GLaw, was able to try to fight to the bitter end, but DrBadfish is definitely a different breed of player, and a Chipp player at that. Wow, fantastic game so far. This has been quite the spectacle, and we are going down the line here. We do have the next set of players coming up. Symbolist versus Qeuw. Am I saying that correctly? We do have another Soul, and of course Qeuw, your boy from Oregon, the wily Potemkin player. And we saw, I think, this match yesterday, Tabby, and we saw a lot of this match yesterday, Tabby.
we saw quite a bit of this matchup. So Qeuw is definitely warmed up for this. He had to play it through most of the day in tournament, as well as it's definitely something that he regularly plays within a lot of the local player base. With a lot of our high-level players playing Soul Bad Guy, just showing how strong that character can be. One important thing that you should note in this matchup, if you are as someone who's spectating, uh, Wild Throw has actually enough throw invuln that if you read a Pot Buster close enough, you could Wild Throw on reaction to beat it and then get a full punish.
Yeah, that's gonna be some quick hands, I gotta say. I mean, Qeuw, I love this guy's playstyle. He's gonna be one to kind of hopefully force this kind of situations too. He'll use a lot of like Hammer Fault into PRC and maybe initiate that Pot Buster, but also depending on how you kind of adapt or not. So you might get grabbed out of the air, you might get reset with a close slash. So it's gonna be, I think, we'll see how Symbolist plays, but I've always seen Qeuw be the aggressor when I've seen him play.
Yeah, Qeuw definitely likes to be the aggressor, and Qeuw as well likes to be a little bit unorthodox. He's a big fan of using that J2H to try to redirect air momentum to get their opponent to be confused or burn a very heavy use anti-air like a DP early on.
All right, so we're going to get down to it, though. Wasting no time. The Symbolist versus Qeuw. And Qeuw really might start out with something kind of cheeky here. I wonder if we're going to get the Pot Buster right at the start. No, just a little bit of patience.
Just walk backing with the most respect, and you can see forcing the burst off that early combo from Symbolist coming out. And tries to just use those long-range buttons to prevent Soul from really running in. Symbolist not wanting to use those 6S's or 6H's just in case they get counter hit blown up for it. But is able to get in. There's that J2H coming out right there early, as we were saying earlier. But Symbolist is able to get a hit into the corner, forcing him to already go mid-screen, goes for the Fafnir over the Tyrant Wraith, saving that meter for any kind of potential mix. Gets the falling JK hit into the corner with a PRC and an HDP to reset it. Oh, the throw out attempt. And that's going to be a quick game coming for Symbolist out there. You can really see they're wanting to be aggressive and not letting it happen.
Symbolist, really wasted no time to get into Qew's face, and Qeuw, you probably need to wake up, otherwise this Soul is gonna run all over you. It can't be too antsy, can't flinch too hard. There we go. Symbolist, hopefully trying to bail the burst a little bit early there.
But Qew's not going to allow that to happen, trying to save it towards the end there in case they need it for that third round if it can be in their favor. But Symbolist says, no, we're not going to get any kind of third round. Blocking the burst there, RC into the corner, trying to just continue to reset the wall pressure, not letting him go back to neutral. The 5H hit into the 6S, and with the Fafnir wall break, that's going to do it. A quick round for Symbolist coming out there. Qeuw not even getting half a chance to breathe.
Wow. You can straight there, run it back. And I agree. Run it back. That was probably the quickest game we have seen so far tonight. It seems like Symbolist just ran their game plan without any really imperfections, and Qeuw was just like, all right, well, I'll hopefully use my burst, use my resources, but Symbolist was already there, recognizing that that spot, that's where you would want to use it. So Qeuw has got to wake up here and hopefully turn the tide.
Goes for the instant block after the early pressure, but Symbolist is just getting a repeat using the early burst, already bringing him to the corner. Qeuw now using those 5Ps as a quick pressure option, not trying to bait any large buttons. Attempts to go for the throw, but gets counter hit for it back to the mid-screen. Qeuw may have a lot of experience, but they don't have enough experience to not guess correctly versus the Pot Buster, and is able to use the PRC to continue the wall break for the kill there. Oh my goodness, a great recognition on Symbolist to know that they were going to be able to take that round shortly.
I'm very impressed with Symbolist Revergence, able to use the PRC into the jump K to get those extensions and squeeze about every little bit of life because Potemkin has a lot of it.
Absolutely, and this is definitely something that you can see where Qeuw has a lot of matchup in the Soul, a lot of match experience in the Soul matchup, but he doesn't have a lot of Symbolist experience, and Symbolist is using that to his advantage, playing very aggressively and very differently than a lot of the Souls that are in the area, and not allowing Qeuw to do anything right there. Forcing the burst out though for the second game, but it's just continuing the damage into the corner. And you can see the 6H there. That may have been a Tyrant Ray for the kill or was saving the meter for this next round. It's not going to matter with the far slash coming out. And that's a quick 2-0.
Wow. Symbolist is putting Qeuw on notice, man. I don't want this to be a shutout, but we saw at the end Symbolist using the BRC, like we start talking at the beginning of this tournament, is a great option to kind of freeze your opponent at round start and hopefully be a good game ender. So it was. Symbolist, wow, this is dominance. If I do say so myself, I do believe in Qeuw. I do believe Qeuw can turn this around. It's going to take a different tactic though.
Yeah, and you can see Qeuw tries to go for a different tactic, but Symbolist does as well with an early round start far slash. More once again in that situation where Symbolist wants to be, Potemkin in the corner. Now, as we saw earlier with Qeuw in previous tournament matches, he hasn't really been using that back Mega Fist into the corner. You know, it's not the like safest option to do in the world, but even with a Pot Buster coming out, it can bring him into any kind of chance. Oh, burst back into the corner, tries to reversal out, but gets counter hit with the 5H.
Yeah, we were seeing some mojo starting to get started with Qeuw, but, you know, Symbolist able to kind of reverse that situation. Okay, there we go, the jump T, give him the cheeks. Come on, get that going. I would love to see it. I would also love to see some more Mega Fists too, like you mentioned, to kind of go over these 6 S's, but Symbolist seems kind of like just frugal to throw it up. As I say that, instantly throws it out.
Yep. You can see both players were thinking the same thing, though, because as soon as Qeuw tried to do it again, Symbolist was ready for it. But it's Qew's time to shine. PRC's into the corner, RC out. Just is now able to continue that pressure. Qew's having to work a lot. You can see now Qeuw once again trying to switch back to using that heavy air movement, which is not traditionally what you'd be wanting to do with Potemkin, but sometimes you got to do what's not traditional to take a game.
All right, just a lot of respect here, but coming through with the Fafnir. If you're not coming to me, I will come to you. There we go. Qeuw using his burst as he has to. There only has so much life there. Oh no, the Garuda whip from downtown, but Symbolist will take that on day. Not like this.
Like this, we're at a clean 3-0 right now.
Wow. I was not expecting this, Tabby. This is strategy, just punch. Is that the slogan Symbolist has? I'm definitely seeing it. I'm definitely seeing it. It's just punches.
Hey, as long as it works.
If it works, it works. It's a tactic, right?
You know, we're definitely gonna have to see. We've seen Qeuw come back for matches like these before, but he's got to make those quick adaptations, and he's got to adapt 3 steps ahead over what Symbolist is doing. The respect Symbolist sees for Qeuw trying to do something crazy at the round start, just walking back. The nice backdash coming through with a burst bait, but now has the gold burst set up, forcing the PRC into continued pressure. Garuda hits, bringing the burst out of Symbolist.
That was a great time to burst, otherwise you were to take a lot of damage, my friend. And there we go, a little bit of 50% of tension for Qeuw. He's gonna sit back. He has the meters to gain a little bit using this flick, using specials to hopefully gain a situation, but wow. And Symbolist is just ready to counterattack at all positions and get some great damage. DP breaks the glass and wow.
Slide head coming out, trying to use anything to get out of the situation. Charge hit 5D though. No burst coming for Symbolist. This is a very high amount of damage coming through, and now is bringing it 1 pot buster away from death. But Symbolist had 100 meter, now has 50. It's neck and neck. It could be anybody's game. YRC's out of the mix.
Yeah, no reset from the close S.
The counter hit, Bandit Revolver, but no full punish on it. And there's those back Mega Fists coming out. This is what Qeuw loves to do. He loves to press the back Mega Fist in the corner to try to make their opponent stop from doing any kind of pressure. But Symbolist is ready just to back off, knowing that even in a close situation where it's hard to see that he had the higher life total, even though it was neck and neck, he can just hold down back for 30 seconds. Qew's the one who's going to have to come forward.
That's very true. But why don't you come to me? I will put you in the dirt with the PRC drift into the wild throw. Into my loving grass, my friend.
He was ready to not be able to hold down back anymore, forcing the burst off of that JD combo. And the 5P just whiffing on the IAD back right there. And 6S punishing out once Symbolist being able to run their pressure, but he was able to throw out of it, and now it's his time to shine. ERC jumps over the pot buster. He's read all of those today so far.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's almost like Symbolist has some experience in this matchup. Not just that, but seems to know Qeuw very well.
Absolutely, yeah. He gets the throw into the corner. Oh, the guard crush on the air grab. Gold burst blocked in the RC. DP's out the Mega Fist. Qeuw still has burst. He might want to save it towards the very end. Tries to gold burst, but no punish coming from Symbolist after it.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation there. I guess you had to try to make something happen, but there we go. We're just going to play outside of 5H range.
And just continuing the pressure back and forth. Attempts to go for the PRC back Mega Fist and gets a counter hit, but no full conversion on it. And Soul 5P is able to take that.
Just swat him out of the air with the 5P, and that is a 4-0 Symbolist. Making a statement to say that, yes, I will probably win this round robin if you guys do not stop my terror. Because that was crazy.
Yes. And definitely, Symbolist is able to use that to his advantage. As we were discussing earlier, Symbolist being a newer player to compete, showing their strength for being someone who this is really the first game that they said that they've competed in, but they don't have any tournament experience versus the rest of these players.
You could have fooled me. I mean, Symbolist has made top 8 at NLBC in the past and has gotten some wins, of course. But yeah, it's hard to believe you sure you weren't good at Blaze Blue. You say you weren't good at Blaze Blue, but what's good to you? Because right now you're looking pretty good to me. Good God.
Oh goodness, that was Symbolist just not even letting me breathe in that match, and I'm just watching it. He was just able to continue pressuring further and further and further, not giving Qeuw any kind of chance. I could tend to see, respect to Qeuw on there. He played to the best of his ability in that match. It's definitely, he was working really hard. Symbolist was just guessing correctly every single time. And it looks like this next match that we have coming up is going to be DrBadfish versus Ebonic Plague.
We are going back up with these players, Chipp versus Slow, and hopefully this won't be a very smothering matchup. I would like to see, because Ebonic Plague sometimes does play with Ruka, one of the residential Chipps that we do actually have, but DrBadfish is a different breed, and so we'll definitely see kind of how each player can handle it. It will definitely hurt a lot more if Ebonic Plague is able to get the ball rolling.
Absolutely, you see both these players are recognizing that situation, just trying to stay full screen from each other. The counter hit to us coming out, but getting counter hit on their own trade, forcing the burst for Ebonic Plague. You see that pressure, that wall run pressure just continuing. Both players DPing at every opportunity so far.
There's a DP from Ebonic Plague.
DPs are very good in this game if you think your opponent's not going to throw, especially if you have 50 meter to make it safe. But you can see that chip damage is now coming out. Oh, unfortunately, the 5H isn't able to continue the combo, but it doesn't matter. The trade after the Gunflame is going to keep DrBadfish safe and move it on to the next game.
DrBadfish is doing pretty hot from a great win early on, so here we go. Ebonic Plague able to jump in with the JS, and now has DrBadfish in the corner. Burst out of there.
And you see now forcing the burst from Ebonic Plague mid-screen, but DrBadfish isn't letting that even that catch up to him. Just trying to mix, but Ebonic Plague gets a clean hit, forcing Badfish into the corner. The late hit off the K Alpha blade coming through, and now you can see it's back in the corner. This is exactly where DrBadfish wants him to be. We're in a wall break, however, it is Soul Bad Guy one hit away, and DrBadfish could lose this round, and here we see it with 3 buttons for a kill there.
Speak it, and it will come true, and it did come true for Ebonic Plague, keeping this competitive. 1 hearts for each player.
Okay, and just early on, you can see both players are wanting to run their game plan, and their opponents are trying to stop them from doing it by just blocking, but not using a lot of their other tool options. And as I say that, you can see players shifting over and now using Gamma Blade in the corner to try to pressure out, which is a very risky thing to do versus Soul. As you can see right there, the 5K getting that extra damage in the round start of it. Oh, baits the DP. And the late burst, though, in the corner, using those resources while you have it, even at the nick of time. J2K coming out, nice instant block, DP's out of there.
Yeah,
is now going to go a lot. Oh, the 2K
no.
whiffed, and DrBadfish is going to be able to take that game.
Yeah, that was potentially to hurt a lot too, especially when there was a good chunk of risk on Chipp, but a drop at the end is very unfortunate for Ebonic Plague and DrBadfish taking that first game there. I mean, hopefully we won't see any more of those. I do like to see clean gameplay and like to see players finish their plate. So I definitely I would say it's pretty neck and neck going there for the first time. So there's no one-sided loss going in there.
Absolutely, yeah. This is definitely you can see the advantage of someone like Ebonic Plague being able to have a training partner that can help out with this matchup in particular. We say it's not that popular. We can clearly have a couple strong players who are just exclusively playing Chipp in the region. And you see forcing the early burst from it. Oh, unfortunately, Ebonic Plague's burst isn't far enough and is now stuck in the Chipp mixed dimension.
Yeah, that wall slump tech finally coming out from DrBadfish. I hope he reaches the pressure, but the wire C is going to save Ebonic. Spend that time to get out of the corner. Just not want to deal with that. DP for your troubles.
And you see DrBadfish has 50 meters, so any hit will do it. And just like that, they're going to bring it on to the next game.
It really seems like, yeah, the name of the game is get meter to make your DP safe, right? Because that's where,
yes,
you live or die by that.
And there you go. You see the 5K check on the Alpha Blade right there, which is such a great tool to use that you're able that you can guarantee a fast button to get actually a potential of a full punish unless it's the Gamma Blade, which you can see right there in the corner earlier. But you see, once again, that situation happens again and again and again, which is good that Ebonic Plague is recognizing it. Bursts or RCs to make the DP safe, but with a YRC outing of Soul's pressure.
Yeah, right there. Oh, there is the leaf grab, and it'll be just enough. I was about to say, like, Ebonic Plague had the burst to hopefully, an extra resource to keep, DrBadfish off, because he did have it up on the tensioning economy, but, just didn't matter. Such a pesky character, Chipp is able to sneak in, when you least expect it.
Yeah, and it is a very hard to see the difference between those buttons just visually. You kind of have to. There's some different audio cues that you can hear, but if you aren't able to hear it or aren't able to recognize it in time, you're definitely playing a guessing game on up to 3 potential different options, which is very hard to deal with just a basic input.
Yeah, I love you mentioned like audio and whatnot. It is very important to kind of listen to how these characters enunciate their moves and whatnot. So we'll see Ebonic Plague though. He's already had a good start. There we go, getting the heavy DP off of a great series and just taking an enormous chunk of life off of DrBadfish.
The classic the Twitter Chipp combos coming out.
Right.
You see that big damage coming through, and now they're just not letting DrBadfish play any kind of game. They're just keep running away with them and trying to get those hits with the gun flames when they can, allowing that pressure to come through. Gun flames the DP after a brief walk back and is able to take it. Showing a quick application
of the Chipp challenge, and we are seeing it right now coming out from Ebonic Plague. But there we go, DrBadfish coming in, and the burst will put him in the corner. I like the idea. We knew after the delayed H coming out from Ebonic that would definitely hurt, so DrBadfish doesn't want to take that.
Ooh, and the whiff DP is going to allow DrBadfish to go through. You can see early on that last game that Ebonic Plague just decided, I'm not going to let you play your game. And that proceeded to work very well for them, but Badfish is now trying to force his game out. But you can see Ebonic Plague is just bringing them all the way back to the corner. Fafnir setup, chipping out a lot, but a YRC into a throw.
Man, DrBadfish is one of those players where sometimes players want to play like I want to play my game plan and I don't want to let you play, and that's what DrBadfish is doing right now. S counter hit, there we go.
Yeah, that 2S is just at that range is a very strong button. It can beat a lot of what Soul's doing as long as the early. The instant air Alpha Blade, using that to get a full combo, but it baits the burst from Ebonic Plague, and we're going to see the super in the corner that wall break should actually end up killing.
Yeah, it does. It got all the damage that DrBadfish needed, and wow, there we go. DrBadfish is just kind of running the train there at the end, but man, it really is such a back and forth kind of game in terms of how much these characters can really hurt each other.
Absolutely, and the back and forth keeps going towards DrBadfish's favor. You can really see that they are maximizing every single hit they get, no matter the situation.
Yeah, this is right now. DrBadfish 3 over Ebonic Plague. Will Ebonic Plague able to get on the board at all, or will this be another domination? That's not good hopes for me, though.
Early on, you could see that that they were trying to play a long-range game, but as soon as they got close, DrBadfish was able to run their game plan. We, as you may know, that Ebonic Plague is a Qeuw player, except for in this game where he's decided to play Soul Bad Guy. And so you might need to start trying to shift your brain back towards a Qeuw player, play that long-range, mid-screen Shoto-style gameplay to stop somebody from just rushing down into you and allowing them to run their game plan as much as this.
Yeah, you're going to need to adapt in some manner. You mentioned Qeuw. I thought you were saying, run all the way downtown and grab them. You might just have to pull out something right now because you have one heart left in Ebonic Plague, and DrBadfish is not letting up.
No, but you can also see the early pressure on baits the 6P out and is able to just keep him in the corner. just continue to use the Rekka series, and now we see the air mix. Uses the air alpha blade to get a hit, counter hit, far slash in the corner into the wall break. And you can see that Ebonic Plague is potentially one hit away, but he's also one good clean hit away. There's the leaf blade grab to take that round.
Just one word I have for that is smothering. And that's exactly what DrBadfish was there. And we could see it kind of at the very end. DrBadfish, after getting the wall run, getting the alpha blades and whatnot, was able to delay the button just to kind of give Ebonic Plague a little bit of hope there. Like, oh, I can mash right here, right? No, you can't. I'm going to reset pressure. I'm going to delay just long enough to where you think you can kind of fuzz it. Wow. I didn't expect another. I expect another dominating set like that. I didn't expect it, but I expect the unexpected.
But that definitely shows the power that DrBadfish has. He's definitely played with Soul being a more popular character. It's a matchup that he definitely has a lot of experience in, especially out with his success in other tournaments, and was able to just quickly recognize those situations to take that set. But now we've got our next set of games. It's going to be Qeuw versus Something Innocuous.
Yeah, both these players come back up to bat here, and Qeuw, we mentioned earlier, does have a Giovanna as well, so maybe you can get kind of the mindset of this matchup. But Something Innocuous is a different type of player, and we talked about the word smothering early on, and I would say this kind of falls into that category. And I'm hoping by now Qeuw has woken up a little bit to kind of get the juices to flowing and kind of get this Giovanna the sauce, because I want to see it.
Yes, they're definitely going to be able to pressure out their opponent, to pressure out Qeuw here. Potemkin being a character that can't deal with a lot of those plus frames that Giovanna can pressure out early on without meter. But you can see that happening right away, just using those longer range buttons to make it so that Qeuw can't press any of his faster stuff, and it's just constantly going to be putting him into that dash strike throw mix. But that back Mega Fist coming out, try to get any kind of potential.
Able to find the way to squeeze out of the corner and just hopefully try to check these dashes with a 2K. There we go, 2S able to stuff the shoes that Potemkin has. There we go, RC, and that's going to do a lot of damage. We did have, some of the tension bonus there.
Goes for the guard break, expecting them to jump out of it with the follow-up, but it just counter hits with the slide head into the corner, or the hammer from Mythology, and is just trying to run their game plan, but Something Innocuous isn't letting him have it with that dash forward JS, or just far slash.
It's just so hard to react to. You think you have your way, but there we go, once again. The flurry kicks, just, not letting you play your game.
If they're good enough for Chun-Li, they're good enough for Giovanna, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, Giovanna is definitely probably the most Street Fighter-esque character. And there we go, shoots to the face on the whiff, grab there. Qeuw having issues, but we're gonna wake up Super, and that's what you kind of need to do to reverse the tide.
Now you can actually see that Something Innocuous was trying to throw that Super there, which is generally the correct decision to make of it, but I think it was just pressed a little too early, unfortunately.
Right.
To get hit by it, but you can see that uses the super on the mash that's coming out, knowing Qeuw was going to do that from what's happened in the previous game, and it's just continuing to pressure.
Yeah, we see back up. Wait for the potential walk out of the corner, but comes right back in, because that is the blessing that Giovanna has, is the dash speed to go in and out like that. Man. There's a lot of rushdown happening today. I know, and Qeuw has got to be ready to deal with it.
Yeah, Qew's definitely gonna have to try to play a game that allows him to be on the defense, but these players just aren't allowing him to have it. So he might have to switch his play and might have to start trying to play more aggressively. Using things like Kara back Mega Fist, which actually moves them forward, or other like jumping tool options.
And the round start, kicks coming in right away, and not like what you like to see, especially when repetition is there.
And now you can see just trying to use those slide heads to make sure that they can get in and keep close while maintaining it to be their turn. But Something Innocuous isn't allowing that to happen, and is just going to continue to pressure. The back Mega Fist is coming out so that Qeuw can try to maintain some space and stop them from doing anything. Garuda coming out, BRC forward into the low.
Yeah, able to burst out just in the nick of time. Not going to take any more pressure from Qeuw. He's starting to come alive a little bit there. Oh, find the counter hit. 5H.
And he's just trying to continue that full screen pressure, now just throwing out slide heads as much as possible, trying to get anything but something innocuous, is being able to read out all of them. But that's good damage coming from you.
That's
from
what I
PRC
like
Pot
to
Buster.
see. That's what I like to see. Finally was able to use a PRC drift from the Hammerfall in to the Pot Buster, and there we go. Hopefully that gave Qeuw a little bit of spark there, but retaliation is coming right back with Noctis.
She's good.
Something innocuous really just showing off their strength once again. They let Qeuw show off for one round, but they're not having it anymore. But Qeuw's also really willing to take this fight out to the streets. Just keeps those Mega Fists coming through, tries to go for an air grab there, but unfortunately doesn't read correctly. Gets a counter hit and is once again bringing him into the corner, forcing the burst, keeping him there, not letting something innocuous get out.
She's good.
Character is so fast, and Qeuw is not able to quite deal with it. There we go, a meaty close S counter hit will kind of seal the deal. Oh wow, the immediate fall down there. Hopefully maybe catch a button that Innocuous was potentially going to throw out.
Yeah, with Giovanna having some hurt boxes, they get extended out a little bit right there. May have been trying to just clip something, but unfortunately, something innocuous was able to avoid that situation. But Qeuw got the back throw to the core. It's now their turn to get strike thrown. And
this is a great situation.
Yeah, you know, with the strike throw of Potemkin being better than a lot of potential characters, and that combo right at the end is going to kill. Qeuw showing that he's able to see those high damage opportunities come out of the situation, and showing he's not going to go down without a fight this time.
Yeah, I really like their Qeuw is starting to come alive. That's the Qeuw I know right there. Using the back Mega Fist to kind of wall out, able to once get in the corner, run the set play that he needs to do, and that's what's really gonna hopefully score him the dub at the end of the day. But it's up to Innocuous. It kind of has the upper hand in terms of a lot of these exchanges, but it only takes one. It only takes one situation, I think, for Potemkin to really just demolish.
Yep, one situation will lead them into potential looping set play. So it's something that if Qew's able to just get it going, can be very good for him. But something innocuous, getting the counter hit dog kick coming through to now be able to play the strike throw game, forcing the burst for Qeuw early on.
And we mentioned Innocuous introducing a lot more, cards to their deck, and that right there was the Spiral Arrow, and that will hopefully be something new that Qeuw has to keep in mind.
Yeah, you can see the 6P coming out there for something innocuous, trying to catch any kind of longer range pressure that was be coming out from Qeuw, but he wasn't having it and is able to bring it all the way back to mid-screen. This is definitely somewhere where Giovanna can help succeed, but is able to get a counter hit 2D after the burst, and is just going to keep that pressure going into the walls and doesn't even need to spend the meter to get the kill.
Wow, 2D is so deceptive in its range, too, and how disjointed it is, but, Innocuous will abuse that all day, and there we go, great start. I'm trying to punish. It seems a little hard to punish on the flip pick right there if you're not on point.
Yeah, with Potemkin's slower, stubbier option or faster options are a little stubbier, and you see right there something innocuous now reading that situation, got the throw off of that super, not allowing Qeuw to get the hit.
Yeah, really trying to punish once again on the flip kick, but able to find a mark on a counter hit Garuda into the 6H. Qeuw staying alive.
And once again, you can see Qeuw just playing very defensively, but just holding down back for the longest time with only some punch presses, trying to check a lot of something innocuous's game plan. And that's definitely something that you could see succeed in this match going forward.
He goes from like a stone wall into a moving train very quick, but there we go. The speed bullet that is Giovanna gets the flip pick to kind of reach the pressure. OGG close slash is just aggressive. Good God.
Yes, and then you can see with the RRC combo afterwards, being able to allow them to get the wall break and still sitting with burst. Aegis Reflector coming out.
Oh, there we go. That's what you like to see. Oh no, that could have been a beautiful conversion, but we still get stubbed with the pop. Oh, crucial burst. That's a crucial burst.
And then the dive kick super on the fastball.
Good God, I swear I thought Qeuw had that. That was such a clutch burst coming out from Innocuous, and there we go. Qeuw changing his motto and saying, "Oh yeah, Oh yeah, run it back. I let you go with that, but Innocuous really, I think clutch is definitely the word. Not only just like the burst at the very end there, but able to catch air to air with the dive kick super. Good God, that was a scramble.
Yeah, the recognition to know that they had that one brief window to press burst. If they pressed it even a little bit later, Qeuw was just gonna be able to snipe them out of the air with the grab. And you can see that just right at the round start, backdashing off, trying to let Giovanna, trying to create as much space between Giovanna, but something Innocuous isn't having it, is just able to bring them to the wall right at the beginning of the round.
We're checking the legs there, but it kind of go back and forth between, is Qeuw able to check the dash and then using the speed from Giovanna, able to kind of just wait for the whiff, because I think that's, really the advantage that Innocuous has in this matchup.
You see wiring out of something Innocuous' pressure, but he's able to jump the throw afterwards and is going to be able to super into the wall break to take that.
Yeah, on top of that, having the damage bonus from the install, Innocuous looking pretty on the set so far.
Yeah, and you can really see that they're just able to run their game plan through and through. It's a part of the reason why Qeuw probably is playing Giovanna as a secondary character for these matchups where you just need to pressure them down, and it's very hard to deal with for Potemkin, it seems.
Wow, and there we go. Giovanna is whipping so many buttons in the face, but Potemkin being a slower character, it's very hard to deal with, and Qeuw is on notice for this set, and I think there it is. There is no more life for you, Qeuw. Better move on here because we are going for 3-1 in this set count. So potentially, set for Innocuous, but he still might have to able to squeeze some more games out.
Yeah, we've seen other players, take it almost all the way back from being in deficits like this, but it's potentially something that we could see happen. But something Innocuous is also going to want to not allow that to happen. So I think you're going to see a really, really aggressive start come from Qeuw, while something Innocuous is actually going to take a slower approach to it. Potentially just, walking back, letting Qeuw go crazy at the round start. And you can see, as I was saying, the dash back on the slide head right in the beginning. Qeuw realizing he needs to try to take chances, because if he doesn't, something Innocuous is just going to be able to take the rounds. Yeah,
that's just the rotation of options. And there we go, the Rekka at the end there. Using the back Mega Fist to hopefully get out of this pressure. There we go. Find a knockdown is what Qeuw wants, but the Wake Up Super will deny any Oki for you, Qeuw. That is going to be a counter hit as well.
You can see the safe jump coming out, just quickly wire seeing out of it so they don't have to even worry about any kind of potential pressure coming through, and gets the command grab, thinking that they were going to just throw out a button. No, you're going to get grabbed all the way back to the corner.
Yeah, the Potemkin inertia is coming out here, but can you stop this crazy character that is Giovanna? Just a backdash on the slide head and goes in right back with the far slash. Wow, great reaction.
Absolutely. Now both players just backing off of each other, not trying to do anything too crazy, but Giovanna recognizing that situation to just dash forward in after the 6H.
Just dump it out with 2 Ps, okay, introducing a new variable there. It might be a little too late. Qeuw, you're gonna have to deal with the strike throw pressure.
As well as the strike throw with Giovanna having meter. She's got a lot to work with, but there's that Hammerfall PRC into the Potbuster, giving Qeuw another opportunity.
You saw the respect, just jump back and hopefully wait for an option. Coming downtown with the far S. Oh no, you press buttons on the flip pick, not like that. You know better. No better. That is a reset of pressure, but hey, Innocuous will take that all day.
Absolutely, and that's going to have Innocuous taking these sets as a whole, and just really showing their dominance with Giovanna as with all these games that they've been playing so far.
Yeah, Innocuous is really impressing me with the style of Giovanna, just how, kind of really optimized in terms of pressure and, combo ability, knowing also showing great matchup knowledge, has probably studied a lot for this potential, exhibition, and kind of knowing how to deal with Potemkin pretty efficiently.
Well, one thing that is important to talk about is that something Innocuous was actually the winner of the invitational tournament to this for this exhibition. So it shows that they were able to actually fight through an entire catalog of players just to get into the moment to show off their ability to shine. They really have been. Qeuw was also playing through that and ended up qualifying through one of the lower placings, but they never got a fight. They never got a clash head. So Qeuw didn't have that long set experience as they would have gotten in that exhibition to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, and sometimes that comes out. Matchup experiences could be very crucial, especially when you gotta fight different play styles. Because you want to get that out of the way. You kind of want to know how a character already feels, and then you can let the adaptability kind of play itself out. We are moving on to the next match. Symbolist, the crazy soul, as I like to call it tonight, because I've been seeing such a different breed of that soul, as we've seen other souls in our area being Element and CG have their own brand of crazy, but this orange soul is take it right at the start, already using Bandit Ringer against GLaw, but GLaw not praying to it.
Yeah, you can see Symbolist is just once again showing their dominance, using the faint gunflame to bait the burst out for GLaw. Backdashes the Fafnir and then is able to try to continue the pressure, but Symbolist isn't having it. It's saying you don't get to even take a turn. We're just this is Soul's game now. And the Tyrant Rave off that combo, just showing their dominance early on. That was 72 seconds but left on the clock, but that only felt like 5 had happened through the entire game with how quick they've been moving. Yeah,
Soul is definitely the time warper here. And there we go, already getting the counter hit. HN gonna run this pressure, close slash. RC there, and this is just going by so fast. GLaw able to find a way out and reset with the note.
Yeah, finally forcing the burst over for Symbolist though, but that allows him to maintain the ability to keep doing corner pressure and goes for the Bandit Revolver reset into Wild Throw.
That is a cheeky mix-up, but everybody gets one. That's what I like to say when it comes to that.
Everybody gets one indeed.
Symbolist, living up to the name of being quite one of the craziest souls I have seen, and wow. GLaw, are you ready for this brand of soul? Because I'm not. I wouldn't be.
I'll say GLaw and Symbolist have played each other in the past, but the score was 3-1 for GLaw in their previous tournament they played a couple weeks ago. So hopefully GLaw has been practicing and trying to adapt to their play style, but Symbolist seems to just being able to be running house on them.
Yeah, we'll see how hard Symbolist has, GLaw's number. But great start already, able to push Soul to the corner.
Stroking out of the Bandit Bringers, not allowing them to even try to get hit by it. But Symbolist is ready to just sit there back and forth and try to check with buttons. But GLaw gets a clean H hit into the corner.
Unfortunately, missing the note on Oki there, but okay, and a great hitter. Oh, that is a high burst, my friend, but Symbolist will take that all day. Finds the counter hit off. Oh, and the reset from the strike throw. Potentially doesn't want to, break the wall.
Yeah, it's not enough damage to break the wall just yet, and they don't want to let Qeuw go into mid-screen so she can just fly around and try to avoid Soul, which is what she's pretty good at doing at. But the 6H counter hit coming up for GLaw is going to allow them to take that.
Yeah, this Flying Witch of the West will still find a way in, as we saw GLaw just did. So, great start. We were already saying that, maybe Symbolist had GLaw's number, but I'm seeing different so far.
Yeah, GLaw has definitely, quickly readapted back to how Symbolist wants to play this game. And like I was saying earlier, they're just trying to jump around the screen, use that air mobility that they have access to with the hover dash to not allow Soul to play a traditional game. Because once they do, Symbolist is able to start keeping his pressure like how he wants. And there's a JH hit, just bringing him all the way back to mid-screen. But right back to the corner with that Bandit Revolver.
Wow, this is very oppressive. Trying to use the Fafnir on with their stroke.
Strokes just coming out left and right for GLaw, trying to get under stuff. Gunflame does a good job of checking as well compared to a lot of other projectiles. Now you can see Symbolist is just trying to use those far slashes, those Fafnirs, 6S, those forward-moving normals to try to take these situations into his favor, but GLaw's not allowing it to happen, forces the burst to come out. And see the block Bandit Revolver allowing Symbolist to begin the early pressure, and the whiff on the DP after the PRC, and is going to allow GLaw to take it.
Yeah, you had not a lot of health to have an execution error like that, and GLaw now getting on the board of that, and wow, I thought that the aggressiveness of Symbolist would be hopefully steamroll over GLaw, but GLaw is saying different. Despite even having kind of the flub at the end there, I was seeing great works coming out in terms of they kind of have similar game plans in terms of like, okay, I'm going to use my special to kind of help me move forward, and that's what's kind of helped me run my mix, especially when you have the tension to do it. It's a very horizontal game plan.
Yes, yeah, and that's one of the advantages of the character is just being able to control horizontal space very well. They have to work really hard to try to clean up the rest of that vertical space to gain an advantage, but it's definitely something that you can do.
Speaking of, you're seeing like the H chemical love come in there, so a great series air to air, but just jumping out of the corner with the bringer.
Yep, just try to do anything to get out of this Giovanna pressure, or the pressure. My apologies, still Giovanna on the brain. But you can see that GLaw is just allowing themselves to do as much pressure as they want without Symbolist getting a lot of reward out of it. And there's the disjoint on the 2H being able to take it for them.
Yeah, able to check the dash from Symbiotic. GLaw is really going up in terms of these life leads pretty early on, and I think that's really finding success.
Yeah, you can see that that's letting him bring him right into the corner, allowing him to start playing that mix, which is where this character excels. That's why this character's been so good. Oh, the super just misses on the guard crush right there, so Symbolist is safe for now and brings him into the corner. Fafnir allowing them to continue that pressure going. DP's out of there with the PRC, and unfortunately the close slash misses there, but it's not going to matter too much with the combo going in the corner, and the HDP kills at the wall.
Yeah, pretty optimized combo at the end there just to make sure GLaw was able to get right back up and keep playing.
Yeah, you can already see early on that the adaptations are coming very quickly for both of these players, even mid-game, where they're not allowing their opponent to get a whiff of what they're doing after that early set where Symbolist just showed his dominance.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more backup from GLaw. He'll tap the Symbolist a little bit and then go back in just to make Symbolist whiff. And it seemed like it worked out pretty well because at the end they were able to use the Fortissimo to kind of close a set and able to keep it get on the board there. All right, okay, GLaw won against Symbolist 2-1. My apologies here. He's just going so fast I'm losing track of the numbers, but wow, okay, GLaw saying I am not gonna get C-roamed by this soul despite how crazy it is. And I say crazy because I saw like later on in that set that Symbolist no meter would just use raw revolve, and why would you do that? It might be some calculated randomness, but it's just a kind of crazy thing to trip up your opponent. But GLaw seeing through that.
Yeah, using that 2H early on to try to get a counter hit, and there's a Bandit Bringer coming out, but is able to check the pressure afterwards. Uses that 5D, once again, using that 5D a lot recently. The jump on the Bandit Bringer right there was a great call out in the air-to-air situation, but 6Ps to bring him all the way back to the corner. And you see just continuing that pressure. Note Oki coming out. Great blocks coming in for Symbolist though, but GLaw gets to do it again, and they're able to get a hit in the corner and using that dust to guarantee the kill.
Yeah, great start for GLaw already using the deep stuff, and the raw 6S just potentially catches the jump and the backdash cover both options. Oh, and no punish on the DP. I am surprised that GLaw was not there.
Nice block on the burst. They were ready for that at their next combo opportunity, and is keeping GLaw in the corner. Having to use that FD to bait soul pressure, but they don't have infinite meter. And then Symbolist is able to get a hit to get the wall break, or keeping them there almost. The backdash on the throw, now letting GLaw's turn. They could take this back if they play carefully.
Yeah, you definitely have to play carefully because you just took so much damage from the potential interaction earlier, and especially with having wrist being pumped, and that's what Symbolist is really doing. It makes you block a lot, and you're so scared of moving, but yet at the same time your wrist is pumping, as we are seeing right now. The one potential counter hit will make magic happen, but a whiff DP will make GLaw also have some great series there.
Yeah, GLaw's really just trying to, the success clashes with the far slash, and GLaw's then able to take that into their advantage, trying to go under the burst, but unfortunately was able to clip it right at the end of the stroke, so GLaw's able to start their pressure once again. And there's the 6P into the chemical love, going under the reversal, but gets air thrown out of it. Fafnir in the corner. Fafnir once again into that classic strike throw pressure that Soul has. Another Fafnir. Gets the trade in the corner, still keeping GLaw there. The falling JD just allowing him to keep GLaw in a position where he can't escape. BRC coming out, gets air thrown though.
Yeah, fantastic air throw on that situation, especially when having too much health to give. Oh, and oh no, I thought that was gonna be it. YRC blocked, and there we go. GLaw able to clutch it out there on just a speck of life.
Yeah, I've noticed sort of a repeating theme over a couple of Symbolist matches where they have situations where the super would kill at the wall, but they've opted to go for just a wall break off a normal move, and I don't know if that's just like a recognition that they need to be making to try to actually get those round kills. But it's again and again, I see them at wall break with their opponents at very, very low lives when a Tyrant Ray would have done it.
Yeah, you're basically giving your opponent another opportunity to reset neutral and potentially steal the game back, and you definitely don't want that.
Especially versus a character like Eno that can just play keep away for a long amount of time, and then once she gets one good hit is able to run a good game plan. But there's that strike throw coming after the whiff Fafnir, which he was able to read this time.
Wow.
DP's out of that stroke pressure, not letting him have it back. PRC after the Fafnir, trying to catch him doing something crazy, but GLaw was just backing off. And now you can see these players just continuing to try to get any kind of opening against their opponent. Burst into the corner at the late end of the dive, making sure that they can maintain that side of the screen. 2S coming out, but is able to get the JP hits.
Yeah, we saw right there, Symbolist was able to kind of intercept on the landing of a dive kick with the 2S and then immediately go air to air, keeping track of both like the air and the sky and the ground there, playing both games at once.
And that was a great 2K check on the stroke there from Symbolist, showing that now they're prepared for those random strokes to come out. They're not going to allow GLaw to just get away with it willy-nilly. And then the wild throw after the RC isn't able to kill, but the close slash right out on Wake Up is able to do it for them.
Yeah, Symbolist having the foresight, knowing that, okay, my wild throw didn't kill, I'm going to run up and close slash because, one, that could reset pressure for me, and also, it could clip the backdash and the jump, and so it did. And there we go, able to clutch it out was Symbolist, excuse me.
Yeah, you know, Symbolist is really showing that he's wanting to make sure that GLaw knows that they're not going to let them just play their game plan through and through. You're going to have to respect what Soul can do against all of their pressure options. And you see right early that IAD with the JPs trying to just catch a lot of Eno's options, but is able to force the burst out with their early pressure. 6S getting FD, no follow-up on it. But Symbolist, it's now their turn once again. Baits the 6P with a 6S into the corner. Is able to get the JS IAD JS for the kill there.
Yeah, able to run over GLaw right at the end there and not take too much collateral damage in the process, able to keep the burst.
You can see once again these players just wanting to stay full screen from each other, not trying to play too much of a traditional game, because they both know that if one player gets hit, they're gonna, well, GLaw knows if they get hit, they're gonna die, and Symbolist knows if they get hit, they're gonna be forced into a mixed situation, just like they are right now. And it's hard to DP out of those when, can just make them safe. Gets another situation, PRC's after the dive.
Yeah, right now, GLaw has all the health in the world, just gonna sit back with a full stick. Oh, and a great air-to-air situation from Symbolist.
No continuation after the drop, but Eno's going to be able to stroke it to take it.
There we go, round start, far as gets the counter. No big conversion off that, but like you mentioned, they're sitting back, they're playing a little respectively until somebody kind of gets antsy. They don't want to give these free hits here.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a dangerous situation for Soul to play that. He needs to play a little bit more aggressive. You can see Symbolist switching to that. With Soul's longer range options, they can get blown up by the disjointed normals of Eno. And so Symbolist, recognizing that they're wanting to both play defensively, try to be aggressive. And it's showing success for them, forcing bursts and YRC meter usage instead of letting Eno use the RC to just continue mix going. Gets the counter hit close slash, and the clean hit H Viper is going to take it for them.
Yeah, despite GLaw able to make Symbolist spend all the resources, Symbolist was able to stay calm in a situation to find the mark he needed to kind of go up in the set. We're going 3-3. So whoever the next game is, we'll be moving on.
I was just gonna ask because I couldn't remember with how jam-packed of action these games have been. So you can see they're bringing it back now. They're able to try to take it from that early deficit to a potential round win.
Lucky game number 7. Who will take it? Who will remember, it's about percentage win. So one of these players will kind of add a bounty. We're fighting the bounty hunter too, but right now you kind of want to make sure you take everybody out as you can.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially with this kind of exhibition, you want to try to get those games against your opponent as quickly as possible. Try to, in case of a chance of a tie, makes your tiebreakers better. But having these 7-game sets come through always just bring more action for us here. And you can see that Symbolist is ready to just keep that action going, not giving any chance to try to do anything, just constantly using those JPs, forcing them to use FD that they so that they burn as much meter as possible, and already brought it back to the corner after 1 second, forcing the burst now from GLaw early on. Both players have low life though, so the next hit could do it. GLaw getting a lot of these straight hits, but no big follow-ups from them. Meanwhile, Symbolist gets the hit into the dust, bounce off the wall for the kill, bringing him now to game point.
Yeah, it definitely gets a lot of those scary situations where the risk is pumping, but GLaw is able to stay calm on defense and use the meter efficiently with attention, and we'll see if they can keep doing that, because I think you kind of need to keep doing that to survive against Symbolist. Symbolist is running it over right now.
And they recognize that a throw was coming out after that and is able to jump out of it, getting good damage on the Eno. Tries to go for a mix-up there, and it seems to work for them with that clean hit DP, being able to take it from him, not even giving GLaw a chance to try to burst again.
Yeah, there we go. Symbolist taking it over. It was unfortunate at the end there. I think GLaw tried to intercept before the EFR/ came out after the landing jump K. Not having too much hits done, or blocks done when you kind of land there, but still just enough to kind of make you think you can take your turn. But what is it every turn against this character?
It's very hard, and it's those situations you have to try to force it to be your turn, while that's not something that can be done all the time with characters like Eno that don't have those quick buttons with good range or meterless reversals or tools like that. They have to use their sort of long range disjoints to try to punish the soul for making a mistake.
Yeah, you really have to be on point to punish those mistakes, and otherwise you'll let it go on for too long, and you got to make the bleeding stop. But we're gonna move on. The next set of DrBadfish versus Qeuw. Now, I think this set's gonna be violent. If
this set is going
finds his hand on Chipp, it'll wring his neck, I swear.
Yes, you see, this is going to be one of those matchups that Qeuw is really going to try to get a couple of good hits at, because that's all they need. Meanwhile, DrBadfish is going to need to try to get reset after reset after reset to take these rounds. But even with that, he's getting good damage. Qeuw using a gold burst early on. The PRC combo gets a Mega Fist off that PRC, tries to get anti-air grab, expecting DrBadfish to jump off of the throw, but isn't having it. DrBadfish's own command grab even coming out there.
Yeah, you definitely kind of outframed it as this character being a Chipp, but you don't have much life to give, especially with how much Potemkin does. There we go, great anti-air series coming out from Qeuw. DrBadfish does not want to get his kind of backing up a little bit, but Qeuw is chasing down with the Mega Fist.
Yeah, definitely Qeuw already mixing up his options early on after those PRC hammer falls, trying to make it so that DrBadfish isn't ready for when that pot buster comes out, because all he needs really is a single pot buster to turn the entire tide of the game. But DrBadfish is aware of that. He's just constantly trying to stay away from him and then run under while he's in recovery from those slower buttons. The Ivy comes out, but isn't going to do it. There's a heavenly pot buster coming out.
Yeah, we are going all to the heavens there. This is going to do entirely too much damage. And going to get the Oki situation as well, and able to jab before DrBadfish even has an idea. Okay, DrBadfish not to be deterred despite not having much. And here it is, the giant wall of Mega Fist coming out, and it is going to be pretty effective because it does clip DrBadfish.
Yeah, Qeuw is just prepared to say, I'm just going to stand over here, and the moment that you want to decide to play, where it's going to be your chance to guess about how many Mega Fists I'm going to do in a row.
And I love that. It really seems like Qeuw as a Potemkin player is just kind of having fun when you just have that ability to make your opponent have to play like that.
It is unorthodox. So if you don't have that that repetition against a player like Qeuw who's willing to do that, it's going to be hard to deal with. And you can see just reading that the air movement right at the beginning, and gets the air command grab, bring it all the way in the corner, and there you see Chipp's already at like 60% health off of 1.5 interactions.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Your health is in short supply. But there we go. Qeuw is not letting up. A tick throw into the Potemkin Buster. Qeuw has come alive.
Yeah, he's definitely showing DrBadfish that you don't get to just play your game; you have to play mine. You're gonna see these big buttons, and you're gonna have to get hit by them. And recognizes the jump on there, so gets the JD into the corner with the charge 5D with no burst against DrBadfish. This is gonna deal a lot of damage coming through. He's now only 1 interaction away from losing. BRC's back on the slide head.
Every trade is going to be pretty miserable for you, especially when you wake up super like that. You know, you don't not have enough life to give, and Qeuw. Now this is the dominance I'm talking about. This is what I like to see from Qeuw, and Qeuw, you get to able to play, not only his gameplay but Potemkin's game plan. And DrBadfish is going to have to incorporate something to where you got to freeze this giant, right? You have to freeze the giant in place to make sure that there's no momentum to get started.
Yeah, you definitely need to be able to... you're going to see a lot of that early game momentum coming through, where you're going to have to see Chipp make a couple of right decisions in the beginning to not have to sit full screen against him. Just being able to keep that pressure going over and over and over again. And you see that situation already jumping out right early, where Qew's able to force the burst to try to bring him back full screen, but DrBadfish just keeps running through. He's able to get those continuous overhead hits, but gets forcing the burst to keep him in the corner, but now it's Qew's time to shine.
Oh, there you go, and just the deep jump in, able to find the counter hit. I think, DrBadfish is a little bit late on the anti-air opportunity, but Qeuw will definitely take that all day. Qew's already going up, and the 6 at the ground start. Oh my god, you are getting mixed, my friend. You don't have much to give, but you might get chipped out.
With those Garudas coming out, really trying to make sure that DrBadfish has no meter to play with when they decide to Garuda, and you get flicked like a fly for a perfect at the end of that round.
Man, I was talking about keeping this giant frozen, but I think Qew's been playing some Master Duel, because that man pulled out the Swords of Pavilion Light and stole 3 turns. Good god.
Definitely just hit 8,000 life points in a first turn kill right there.
With the life points is going. God. All right, DrBadfish, but not to be like the one to be put down so easily. I think I saw kind of the cogs kind of turning, especially in the corner. But Qeuw has been really great about like reversal throws or reversal mega fists to kind of go over a lot of these alpha blades.
And then you see a burst coming out from Qeuw, but DrBadfish recognizes that situation is going to happen and doesn't even attempt to run through. So now they're able to get the wall break, dealing very good damage to Qeuw, where they're going to have to make it, they don't have many decisions left to make to stay alive, especially with the meter gain. But the back Mega Fist is going to even hit the JSF for the PRC. And you see just Mega Fists continuing forward, and now we get a full corner combo. You can see tries to grab out of the air, but isn't able to get it to work, just jump blocking in, trying to create any kind of pressure that they can, but DrBadfish is doing the same thing, saying we're going to keep mixing. Gets the JD on the leaf grab, and now is their turn to mix. Oh, tries to go for an air throw.
Try to go for the read. Qeuw is making DrBadfish kind of like frozen in place, I would say, because he kind of ran into this fear opportunity where he's thinking that he might Mega Fist in, but then he's able to double jump in with no response, anti-air response.
Absolutely, yeah, you can see right now DrBadfish is really just trying to let Qeuw put himself into a situation where he's punishable, but he's not having it. And we're going to just continue that combo after the Pop Buster into another grab, into the wall break. DrBadfish is now a sneeze away from death, and the back Mega Fist on the Alpha Blade is going to do it.
Yeah, Qeuw had smelled that out, created a lot of fear from, taking so much life and able to get that positive bonus. It's like, all right, I got to get in before you get meter, but Qeuw was one step ahead with that.
Yeah, just Qeuw really showing that he's able to recognize this matchup to its fullest extent and is able to punish appropriately.
All right, there we go. Qeuw showing dominance right there with the Potemkin, and we are going to move on, guys, getting pretty deep into this exhibition now. Once again, thanks for Dave for throwing this, thanks to Dennis for TLing, thanks for you, Tabby, for you being here.
Hey, you know what, First Show? Thanks for you for being here.
Hey, I appreciate it, don't worry. But you know what, we got more Guilty Gear Strive action coming at you. GLaw, Ebonic Plague to come up to bat here. We got that Eno play, we got that Soul play.
Yeah, this is a matchup that we've seen a couple times now, and we'll be continuing to see it throughout the night. But, one thing I want to mention while we're waiting for these players to come through is that if you are enjoying this action, remember to please check out, a lot of our local channels that we have throughout the FGC in the Pacific Northwest. The primary spot that a lot of us are hanging out in, you can see all these players around here almost on a daily basis, is the PNW Airdashers Discord. Which you can find the appropriate links through the PNW Airdashers Twitter account. I believe there might even be a chat command here. I think there was some talk about that, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, it's a great place to play a whole bunch of different games. Airdasher all across here. PNW is really known for playing a lot of anime games, and you're definitely able to find games where we're a pretty friendly bunch too. Come and say, hey, I'm new, and I'm new to the community. I mean, Day was actually new to the community at the start of COVID, and she has found her place. I'm here able to create a new local called Seattle Skirmish that happens on Fridays. Taking a little break right now because of COVID times, but keep your eyes peeled for that coming up soon.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter where you are in the within the Pacific Northwest, there's generally a local near you, even if it might be a little bit of a drive. But we'll have more to talk about that right after we see these two players play. Now, one important thing to note is that GLaw and Ebonic Plague have not played each other before in tournament, and I think they've only maybe played a couple games outside of that. But I do know that Ebonic Plague is very familiar with the Eno matchup in previous games, and it plays very similarly here with Soul Bad Guy.
Yeah, where you see a lot of situations where GLaw is going to stand back to kind of cover, where Ebonic Plague you have to throw out fireballs and with these chemical loves. Right now, stand at that one position once again.
Yeah, and just trying to use all of Soul's options right at the get-go to get to make some mistake, but GLaw isn't having it and is just baiting out those 6S's with the strokes, just continuing to pressure over and over and over, but it keeps going back and forth, but GLaw just keeps getting those couple better hits. But there's a JS counter hit forcing the burst out from GLaw.
And the counter hit, JS, not able to convert too much off of it, but you're really seeing that's kind of one of the best buttons to kind of throw against hover dash, and they would go find a good mark, and this would be a ton of damage. Of course, you know what it is. H Volcanic Viper does too much damage.
Does too much damage. Dean is able to actually take that round off that one hit right there, which is what Ebonic Plague is going to need here. If he lets just run her game plan, you can see early on, he was just taking hit after hit, getting stuck in mix after mix. Unfortunately, Note Oki isn't getting to come out properly in that previous interaction, but right there it worked out in their favor. They're able to get the wall break with the super. Just once again repeating that situation over and over, putting him into the mix, and goes for throw this time instead of strike, getting that round with a perfect.
Yeah, we're seeing what GLaw later on kind of maybe was going to fake it, kind of going low, but able to sneak in the throw. But all right, Ebonic Plague has obviously had enough because we are seeing the aggression come out of the gate and just able to keep in the quarter with 6S and find air, but the burst will able to kind of push Soul away.
Yeah, but this still puts him into a good situation. We've seen Ebonic Plague like to do this. He likes to sit a little far back. He likes to throw those fireballs, trying to check pressure, and especially in a matchup like this where can't go under those gun flames. She's got to respect them or try to go over them, which they can quickly react to with a gun flame feint. But we see that already working out in Ebonic Plague's favor, just bringing it back to the corner. But GLaw gets their turn to try to pressure, and there's the 6S going to be able to take the round right there.
Yeah, despite the nerf on the hitbox to that move is still pretty good at catching people in air, especially with the hover dash being a little bit lower to the ground.
Absolutely. Yeah, more particularly, I think, on the hover dash is where it really exceeds as a button compared to some, trying to catch like a Chipp, like jump, like super jump IAD or something like that.
Yeah, we'll see if GLaw can kind of find the counterplay to. I know you can probably stroke underneath the 6S, but it's be about kind of like is it the right time? And Ebonic Plague is really good about kind of mixing up the rhythm there. He was a rhythm before he started playing fighting games. Come on.
That is true. That is true. He does have good rhythm. You can see that 2S coming out. Ebonic Plague loves that 2S round start as it's one of the safer options you can be using on that character as a whole. With its brief disjoint that it has, but you know, GLaw now able to take that and say, no, we're playing my game once again, going into the double overhead for the mix, just continuing to make it so that Ebonic Plague can't do too much. Uses the super for the wall break, doesn't try to get a wall slump reset or anything like that. Ebonic Plague now using a DP right there. That's no safe jump setup. That's just a good damage setup for Soul.
Yeah, you probably need to assume when you have meter that the Soul is most likely going to DP, and but seems like GLaw's not to be the one that you know, keep the turn because they're able to find the RC into the low there, and GLaw, okay. I ain't scared no Soul.
GLaw had put himself into a really good situation with that constant, with having 100 meter there, just being able to send mix after mix after mix after mix, forcing Ebonic Plague to block, and you're going to guess wrong at some point. You can't win that many coin flips in a row. But once again, you can see that Ebonic Plague just keep him in the pressure. Now trying to mix in with those IADs, with recognition that GLaw is just willing to hold back and FD everything that he does. Nice poke on the Fafnir with the 5P. Gets the JS, but no full combo, forces the burst out right there. GLaw saying we're taking this round right here.
Jump S, man, I gotta say that must be one of his favorite buttons to swing because it has found the mark so many times, not in sets, you know, today, but also throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah, JS is one of those buttons that is a pretty safe thing to press when you're just trying to advance forward because it covers a lot of space on your item. But we can see GLaw now being able to put them into the mixed dimension. You got to block high-low throw over and over and over again. Tries to jump out, but gets hit. And then into the corner, but Ebonic Plague not out of it yet. They still have a lot of potential to try to come out and take this matchup into their favor. And you can see there's that JS once again into the Bandit Revolver, just continuing that pressure, but they have to try to make a lot of correct decisions in a row while Eno only has to make one more, and the 6P is going to be able to take it.
Yeah, GLaw knowing exactly where Ebonic Plague was going to be and really showing that this character is a hard to blockable one at that. And all right, okay, I like what I'm kind of seeing here. You know, GLaw able to kind of sit back when need be, and Ebonic Plague knowing that okay, I don't want you to get started, so I'm gonna run forward. But then you know, GLaw knows okay, well you're gonna run forward. I know how to counter that.
Yeah, it's showing a lot of knowledge from this matchup for both those characters. You know, I did see little behind the curtains experience right before this event. Ebonic Plague was ended up playing another local player, Mars, for some Eno experience right before these games. So maybe he's a little bit more prepared than he normally be because of that prep right before this, and forcing that burst with the Eno can show that practice apparently did pay off.
No matter of when, you're gonna get hit, and GLaw is showing it, able to retaliate back with the dive pick and throw the note on him. YRC, okay. YRC back, why not? Well, you can do actually better.
Yeah, the one thing Soul can do better, though, is have that very good SDP, allowing them to get out of situations that most other characters can't. And that round is, or that part of the game is going to go over to Soul.
Yeah, Ebonic Plague really showing the strength of this character. Once again, showing the 2S round start. Very safe action you can do, and there we go. Getting the confirm right there. Going to use fast here to kind of reset pressure. Wow, and a crazy trade going out, but Ebonic Plague does not put the brakes on.
Nope, going into that gunflame thing quickly, trying to get the Tyrant Rape, trying to get as much damage as possible, not needing the PRC for the mix. There's the safe jump on the DH and the dust coming out and being able to take that for them.
Yeah, fantastic rotation of options. You know, especially on a safe jump, you kind of can put your opponent in a really mind game situation. I don't see too many people do a dust after that, but that's what kind of player Ebonic Plague is.
Absolutely, and they're going right into it. No time to think, no time to take a breather. No breaks, all damage.
Oh yeah, 2-1. All right, and I wonder if the round start will kind of stay the same. I mean, it's been working really well for Ebonic Plague with the 2S, but how will GLaw adapt? Okay, disrespect at the start now. Wow, and a great whip punish on the 6S.
Yeah, you can see a lot of that recognition from earlier on, trying to get those 6S's, but it's working in their favor now. Once again, GLaw just continuing to pressure. And that's a wall-to-wall, coast-to-coast combo.
Yeah, fancy stuff coming out from GLaw. You bringing us out late set? Okay, you saw some tricks in your bag.
You know what they say? Save that for nationals.
Yeah, save that for nationals, but also save this for his exhibition because he's trying to show off some good stuff. And GLaw's definitely shown it. Definitely strutting.
Yeah, definitely showing people that is a force to be reckoned with, no matter the hands of the player it's in, and using those 6S's to just come out and try to get any kind of poke, forcing the burst for Eno.
Able to reset with the stroke, and it's proven pretty well there. Gonna end it with Fortissimo, and there we go. A great start for GLaw. The hover dash and finds the counter hit just enough. I can't imagine maybe like there was some retaliation coming from Ebonic Plague, but it does not matter. GLaw making quick work in that set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely GLaw showing that adaptation from those last couple of games where they just let Ebonic Plague take over these matches, but now it's their turn to shine.
Yeah, 2-2 apiece. This is pretty even in turns, I would say, in terms of there's not really much of a big skill gap, and that's what I like to see. We're getting a lot more gains because of it, and it's hard to keep up. These games go by so fast. These characters hurt each other, a lot.
Yes, yeah, it's that lore match right there. These characters both want each other top from the get-go, and they're trying to. And right now, Ebonic Plague is trying to make it the canon ending, but GLaw is not having it. Will be the victor of this story. Just constantly going back and forth in the air game. Nice, just keeping that stroke to stay under the jumping point, and now being able to continue the pressure with the PRC into the corner. Tries to bait a DP, but nothing comes out for Ebonic Plague as he recognizes the situation, and is just continuing to try to start their turn, but GLaw's not having it, just holding back.
Yeah, we're seeing that Ebonic Plague is willing to keep grounded here anytime that GLaw is willing to go, oh my goodness, and the reversible DP. Not anything that GLaw wanted to do, and Ebonic Plague's time to shine.
Yep, now life bars are quickly brought back to even, which is what Soul can do. So it's his turn to try to create some kind of pressure, and that's going to do it with the H-Viper in the corner for the kill.
Yeah, pressure is definitely the word, and that's what Ebonic Plague was definitely putting on there. All round start no-go bringer, just in case there was a potential, I don't know, maybe over the stroke or something like that, but only Ebonic Plague knows.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens later on. But GLaw getting a couple good pokes, keeping Soul far away. Now allowing Ebonic Plague to just play that gunflame game from full screen because they had full health. But they read the throw after the pressure and the burst bait at the same time. Oh my goodness. And they're able to get a full wall break into the tyrant range.
Yeah, Ebonic Plague knowing to end it in super right there, as you said, compared to other Souls not doing it. Ebonic Plague definitely knows in being a special purpose character.
He seems to be using the BRC to try to slow down time to see what's happening, and he's able to detect that throw because of it. Gets the 6S after the whip stroke, no kill, but Fafnir coming out as his FB, but the counter hit JH from Eno coming, making it that Eno is not out of it yet, but Soul just needs one clean touch to be able to take it. And that's going to do it after the dive. He's able to get the 5K.
And we saw right there Ebonic Plague just kind of doing the jump S, just kind of going into that aerial mode, knowing there's not enough health in Eno, and I can just do this with risk free. And then when Eno's like, okay, cool, I'll try to come in if I can, and then that's when you get 5K'd.
Yeah, 5K is honestly a very good button in this, not only being a 3-frame button, so it stops a lot of the slower delayed mix that she can do in her pressure, as well as anti-airing. As well, with being that high up kick, Soul works out his legs every day to make sure he's able to get that kind of stretch.
Absolutely. All right, 3-2 going there. Ebonic Plague looking pretty good in this set. Here we go. Already got the aggression going. Reset with the Bandit Bringer.
But pokes out of it with the 6B is just now continuing your pressure. Note Oki, you have to block the high-low, and guesses correctly. The gunflame punishing the chemical love right at max range. You can see backdashing out of the pressure to turn it into Soul's turn, forcing the burst out from GLaw.
Ebonic Plague doing such a good job of stuffing Eno's options and knowing exactly where to stand. There we go. The jump S mode is activated.
And then you see the 6H on trying to stop them from doing anything, but is able to get a Fafnir confirm in the corner. They're now just 1 life bar away from taking this set.
Maybe 2 6Hs have been shown in the set, but well, a great time to pull it out, especially when you could be winning this set like Ebonic Plague is looking to be.
And there we see it was a wild throw whiff came out. It was supposed to be a bandit revolver most likely. Or was just trying to keep themselves safe with it, not entirely certain what the decision process was. But we can see them just continuing to try to get any kind of result. GLaw, knowing that they don't have a lot of time to make a game. There's one combo already brings the life bars back to even. Soul Bad Guy, you do too much damage. Gets the throw off the strike throw mix, and a wild throw finally coming out, just like we were saying that they hadn't done it that much. Is able to use it to take that round.
Oh, you think I'm gonna throw a rock? How about paper? No one's ever ready for that. Come on. And that made just enough too. Where Ebonic Plague will take it over GLaw 4-2, and man, that was you said that Ebonic Plague already kind of had some matchup experience going into this facing Mars, and I think it really did show. He knew exactly where to stand, and chuck gun flames, especially out of the reach of Chemical Love, and able to stuff out a lot of options whenever decided to kind of come in. I think that really did make a difference. So, guys, that's your practice. Get to it.
Yeah, always having more experience, even if it's not the exact player you're playing against, just making sure that you know how your opponent's characters function at their fullest level is very important, as always.
We are coming up to bat here. We got, I think, one more matchup. Excuse me while I take a look at the bracket here.
It's going to be a Symbolist versus Something Innocuous.
Something Innocuous. And then we'll take a quick intermission afterward, guys. But, we saw how crazy these two players can play. So keep your eyes peeled. We are coming up here on the end of the first half of this exhibition, guys. Hope you guys are having some fun. We're getting down to the wire.
This is this matchup right here is we ended up seeing it earlier, but it's a matchup that can very skew heavily into either player's favor. But the speed that Symbolist plays at might actually end up putting them in favor to be able to catch up with what Giovanna's doing. You can actually see that right now, where they're just able to always maintain that half step ahead, that full step ahead in some scenarios, to prevent Giovanna from doing what Geos want to do, and it's doing very well in their favor. Just keeps getting throws after the match. Does it again? Oh my goodness!
It's not real. We swear. No, not like this. He'll get perfect off the round. Oh my God!
Symbolist, what are you doing? Whoa!
Hey, if it's working, why not? Keep going for it. But I really like what Symbolist is doing. Not always standing outside of the range of Giovanna's longest poke, but standing outside of the dash range of 5-inch too.
Yeah, and Something Innocuous though, using that 2D right there, and we're gonna get in that situation once again. Symbolist not going for the throw after this time, thinking that Geo was jump out of it, but is able to get a Bandit Revolver hit after that air throw from earlier, and is now just trying to catch up Geo's options. And you can see he just loves going for those throws, apparently. He
I can't believe, because he's able to land so many of them. You're talking about strike throw. It's more just throw at this point, and it's really proven effective. It's such a weird playstyle, especially when you're off the bat and you're trying to feel out your opponent and see how they're gonna go. But okay, cool. You're gonna throw. Well, okay, maybe I'll find counters to it. But then that's the point where Symbolist is like, nah, I'm not gonna throw. Because you're so focused on trying to find counters, right?
Yeah, you're scared of every other option, that if you just keep getting rock thrown at you, it happens over and over again. We saw some situations like that with GLaw in previous matches where he just kept going overhead. And Symbolist decided, what if I just do that but with throw? And I think he may have just tried to do that again.
Yeah, I think he did. Hit. But Innocuous has had enough. It's probably Symbolist to try to make his other options seem a little bit more scary. But let's see if Innocuous can take any fear.
Recognizes that they're going to want to go for the 2D there, so just tries to jump over with the Bandit Bringer, and just continuing that Bandit Bringer pressure. And now we're back into traditional Soul pressure with the delay slash into 6S, but the counter hit Bandit Revolver into the corner, but mashes out of the attempted reset. Tries to throw once again, but PRCs with the air throw. Tries to JK for any kind of jump, but knows you're not going to try to throw me this time. I can stay on the ground.
Right. And I mean, a lot of players do try to up-back out of the corner, so it wasn't really a bad call-up, but there we go. Symbolist finds the delay H into the gunflame. It is just enough to take out Innocuous. Also, I gotta point out, Symbolist, I think it's Sonic Boom. Every match he's on set. It's a good song, I gotta say, good choice. It's the music power-up. It seems like it's working.
And you can see that power-up. It must be in his favor then, because Something Innocuous is just starting to get their first couple of good hits. And you see now they're only one interaction away from death, and they were able to get it right then and there, not allowing Symbolist to try to do anything on Wake Up.
Yeah, it was a situation where I think Symbolist probably just needed to chill out, but maybe just went, okay, fine, let's go to the next round. Let's do it. Take my life.
And now uses the burst as the right at the middle of the DP, a great spot to do it, to make sure that the soul gets knocked away as far as possible. But Symbolist not having it, just running back up saying, you can't get rid of me. Backdash is out with the PRC.
There we go. Innocuous waiting for Symbolist to make a move, hopefully to stuff out an option. Innocuous able to find himself in the middle of the stage, and that's going to be first way to get off me.
Or Something Innocuous is not letting Symbolist get away with anything at this point. Tries to go for a risky DP after the dash.
Everybody gets one. There we go. We got one right here. Man, it's such a cheeky setup, and you know there is counterplay behind it, but you have to be ready for it. You cannot be deer in the headlights, otherwise, you know that just makes the mix-up more effective, more potent.
Absolutely, you know. It's it's something that you, if you're not prepared for, you will just get blown up for it. And Symbolist always showing, as they have in every other game that they played, that they are prepared for basically everything that's come their way.
Symbolist going up 2 in this set, looking pretty strong so far. Innocuous not to be determined, already finding the counter hit 2D. Burst
forcing
up
a very like interesting burst point decision. As Qeuw was only one hit away from the wall break, so it was a good recognition from them that they had to burst there or suffer the consequences. But Qeuw says, "No, you're going to this corner now. You're going to face first strike throw pressure," and she's just gonna be able to continue to do it, but is able to just mash out of it and keeps her in the corner now. Tries to block any kind of the burst of bait or supers coming out with that jump FD, and it's going to be able to use that in their favor. Qeuw now though with 100 meter. In the corner gets the anti-air 2D.
The active frames that came off that. Are you kidding me? That was insane.
Giovanna 2D, everyone.
Yeah, the install gave the damage too, right? It gave the super enough damage to actually finish off Symbolist there.
Yeah, it gave all her buttons and the super enough damage to kill. And there's the charge 5D though. Gonna attempt to potentially bait the burst, but Symbolist just does it right from the get-go, not allowing that to happen. You see now that Qeuw's getting rewarded for it, getting another full combo into a wall break. Now just showing Symbolist that, hey, you have to respect me a little bit more than what you've been doing right there, okay?
I wasn't sure if he was able to get kind of the Kara DP there, looking at a clean hit, but it doesn't matter. Symbolist says, like, I'm gonna find it right now and get that clean hit.
But you have to remember, Something Innocuous is going to have full meter over here. Gets that Giovanna power up, tries to go for that same dust setup, isn't having it, using that 100 meter very quickly in a single set of pressure, was able to play that strike throw game, with Soul also having a lot of risk. Tries to DP out, but recognizes the situation, is able to get up with the 5K.
And they do be strike throwing, but you gotta do it kind of calculated and not just throw out DP willy-nilly, because Innocuous is pretty wise to that, as we've been seeing here.
You know, it's not something you want to be doing at every single point, but Symbolist recognizing that he needs to take an opportunity where he can. He's got to make a decision, or else he's just going to lose. And he's still got a couple games that he can rely back on. So you're able to take some risks in the beginning, but you know, definitely towards the end, you want to be. It's going to be a little bit riskier to do that.
Right, especially when you have a good chunk of games, you can gather enough data. And there we go. Innocuous already going in with the 2S, and retaliation coming back from Symbolist on the far slash. And a bringer.
Can't anti-air. A button has a hitbox outside of its hurt box with the TV. Yep, but is able to mash out of the pressure after the bandit revolver, and is able to now bait that DP and continue to bring it back coast to coast, forcing the burst there from Symbolist. He likes to burst right before that wall break instead of trying to get an earlier block. The plus string dive kick and attempts to throw, but gets hit for it, and then
Did you say throw?
Yeah, he attempted to throw there. It may have been a misinput with accidentally pressing 6D or something, but you know, I'm not certain. And now it's something innocuous. It's time to shine once again. They've been showing these past games that they're now prepared for what Symbolist is trying to do. They're not going to let them. They're not going to let them just go out like a buster.
Definitely not. And we've seen like Symbolist trying to stagger a lot of his pressure. Oh wow! And I think that was such a great reaction, especially with the dash speed on the backdash that we saw, and was able just to rush in just to punish it.
Yeah, this is a great adjustment from something innocuous. This looks like a whole nother game now, bringing it tied 2-2.
Yeah, something has definitely awoken in this Giovanna, and you know, Symbolist. You're kind of a little bit on notice here. You're tied up. Do you got an awakening? You got another form to show? I think you're gonna need it because I think innocuous is I'm not gonna say downloaded, but definitely, you know, it's kind of wise to all the tricks.
Yeah, you know, especially this late in the event, though, they've had enough time that they can watch how Symbolist plays. They may have been spending that time in the stream watching how Symbolist plays and adjusting accordingly with that matchup. But Symbolist now showing that they're gonna just try to start checking that everything Giovanna's trying to do, but it gets the counter hit far slash, so it's not gonna matter as much. Getting a good chunk of damage. You can see that Symbolist is going back to that classic throw set that he likes, but isn't going to go for it again. But is going to get the wall break and the round kill there.
Yeah, honestly, if Symbolist is able to pressure innocuous in the corner, that's probably where it's going to find the most success, as we've seen throughout this set. And he's willing to, like, you know, even if he does get hit and, you know, get corner carried by innocuous, he's able to burst at the right time.
Yeah, you see now recognizing the throw tech coming out, that not going to let Giovanna just get those throws for freeze. And now uses a burst earlier into the combo. Normally they'd let it wait a little bit, so that's another adaptation to try to avoid any kind of burst baits.
Wow, 2D into just kind of rush in. Yeah, you better be prepared.
Absolutely, but Symbolist is also prepared for these coast-to-coast combos.
Wow, impressive. 15, 1-5, the big numbers? Okay.
I can read those from all the way over here. But something innocuous now has 100 meter to play within the corner, and that's going to allow them to put themselves in a good situation. Though Symbolist getting that meter gain themselves, using that burst early on, not allowing any kind of bait to happen.
Oh my god! I love the idea of using PRC on the bringer and knowing that innocuous was going to jump and just does the raw revolver.
Yes. It's always something helpful, but now we're neck and neck. We are a touch away, and that's where Symbolist is going to be able to take it with the 6H. Showing that he's not going to go down free after something innocuous's updates.
No, it's definitely not free. A lot of players, you know, want to come on top here, and we saw that, you know, now, you know, Symbolist able to kind of throw in a lot of these bringer mix-ups, and seems to be pretty effective. So we're kind of seeing the rotation of options, and it's really proven fruitful for both of these players so far.
Yeah, you know, something innocuous may be the first player, because right now Symbolist has sort of shown that they are like very dominant over the rest of the players in the in this exhibition, but something innocuous is really making them take a run for their money right now. Oh, just the continued pressure, using that burst early to keep them in the corner, not letting any even attempt to reset to mid-screen. But Symbolist isn't having it. That's where he wants to be. He wants to be the one on the other side of the corner, and it's going to use that with that combo.
Oh, and no punish on the full revolver, but, you know, innocuous is deciding to take the get out of the corner instead. But here we go. Innocuous still coming out on top, finding the counter hit.
The dash under the DP was such a good decision, and recognizing that the 6S came out, you had just enough time to use the dive kick super to take it.
Great recognition indeed, and there we go. Almost wasting no time to already get their game plan going. Is this starting to pump. I can only imagine the counter hits coming, and there it is. Oh, but Reset does not want to break the wall.
Tries to use the PRC after the Fafnir, but Something Innocuous was ready for it, but they're not ready for that second grab. Leading it now to match point for Symbolist.
Options and also like the resources, especially with the burst. There it is. As soon as I say it, it is taken away.
He's definitely ready for that, but Something Innocuous is also ready for that DP and is able to punish it. And Symbolist, nice punish over there. They're going to be able to get a full combo. Oh, if that close slash hit, that may have killed, but the throw is going to do it. And they're going to take it over Something Innocuous.
That's a drop opportunity right there. Even though you did drop the combo, you were right fast enough to kind of like just pick up Innocuous there and kind of take over that game at 4-2. Symbolist showing, even though we kind of got a little bit steamrolled at the kind of midpoint there, Innocuous was kind of showing some dominance. Symbolist says, "All right, cool. Yeah, I also have the adaptability to overcome what you are throwing out."
Just the adaptations that they made there in that game right before the last one was just they were able to recognize every situation and use their extent to the fullest. However, Symbolist in that last game decided, let's just do what we did game one. That seems to work, and just doing those Fafnirs and the throws, allowing them to take that game.
Yeah, I really appreciate the staggers that kind of Symbolist was throwing out there. It really put in a situation where, in case Giovanna wanted to backdash, which he's always dashing around, that you might be able to clip her. And I think that was keep it a more grounded level at the end. There was probably a good call.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it looks like right now we're going to be taking a little bit of an intermission. So thanks everybody for tuning in as you are. I would recommend that you stick around for the rest of the remaining games. We'll be having GLaw versus Qeuw up right after this.
See you around, guys. Alright guys, welcome back to the PNW Guilty Gear Strahd exhibition. We are getting on to the later half. Once again, mine is for Shaw and I have my co-host here.
Hey, I'm Tabby.
And Tabby, we're getting down to GLaw and Qeuw at the second half here. Now we saw Qeuw, of course, you know who he is, the Potemkin, the Titan player, and of course GLaw showing some fancy skill with the Eno here. What's been your thoughts throughout this whole exhibition, and like who looks primed to take it? Because I think we got some numbers that was given to us.
We do right now. So yeah, right as of right now, before the intermission, Symbolist is currently out of top with 3-0. You know, showing his dominance through over against Qeuw, GLaw, and Something Innocuous. But then Something Innocuous is right there, right at second with a 2-1. but a higher percentages of games won. I think, you know, at the end of the day, we're going to be looking at one of those two players really going to be the one to push it to the next level and be able to take it.
Yeah,
But it's going to depend on how the rest of these matches go, and we're going to get into one right now with Qeuw and GLaw.
Yeah, if GLaw is able to kind of take it over Qeuw here, they will be able to push up over 6 as they are kind of at the bottom of the exhibition percentage-wise. 0-3 match-wise, but I think this is kind of a hard matchup for Potemkin, especially when you get knocked on it, as you're seeing right now with the note being on it, and she backs up, just to make sure to wait for that potential Mega Fist that we just saw.
Yeah, and you can see that GLaw has just been doing a really good job of trying to maintain space. However, Qeuw then recognized the situation correctly of seeing that Chemical Love and being right in the range to flick it back, as it does count as a projectile. But GLaw does not care and is able to get a nice hit into a wall break against Qeuw. But there's the PRC Pot Buster. You weren't in the air long enough to keep yourself safe from that. Oh, and tries to go for it again, but isn't able to get it, unfortunately. Qeuw goes for a hero burst there. What a risky decision, but you know, it might turn in his favor. That drop from GLaw.
Find the anti-air Mega Fist, but not able to get the full confirmed suspect out of life on Qeuw. Now he's gonna be very careful. Oh man! And I thought he was throwing out, these 2 Ps as a very safe, button just to bait in, but it was a little bit quick to do it for him.
Absolutely, you can really see GLaw, just trying to keep this matchup in the exact pace they want to be. As long as they stay not full screen, but mid screen, looking in a safe spot. Trying to go for the dust there for that cheeky overhead, but isn't able to get its fullest potential from it with it being blocked by Qeuw. So right now, Qeuw is just trying to use all his options to take it, but GLaw is not having it. He's bringing him already to the corner once again, baits the throw. And then we're going to see into the wall break with a super to get that good OP. Now we're going to see another mix right at the get-go.
Yeah, Qeuw a little too antsy on the receiving end, especially when GLaw is putting on the pressure. But now just kind of backing up at full Chemical situation. Oh, there is the Garuda into the Pot Buster. That is going to be too much damage. And jump over in the nick of time.
That is the one advantage that you'll see Potemkin have in this matchup, where is a very low health character. So she has, if you get a couple good reads on her, you can still take it out. Even though she's gonna be, her cool options are gonna be a little bit better to use. But that double overhead, leading a nice counter hit into the corner, tries the 6D, but gets horizontal Chemical Loved out of it.
Yeah, and that was all from the air sway you kind of saw there. It kind of faked the option of, oh, I'm gonna go in, and just kind of air dash back, and we saw Qeuw putting in the 6P, but then retaliated right back with the Chemical Love. And there we go. GLaw saying, I ain't gonna end at the bottom, trying to work my way up to the top.
Absolutely, this is that opportunity for GLaw to come and snatch a couple games out from under the rest of the players, because it's just being able to use the pacing of this game in their favor and potentially, maybe creating some upset down the line. The tiebreaker is needed. And Qeuw's just really trying his hardest, trying to use any tool he has access to get out of the situation, but is just getting, poked and prodded over and over and over again by GLaw.
Chemical Love is, oh my good, snatch out of air with the heat knuckle and just in the nick of time.
Jumps out of the 6H, but there's the PRC Pot Buster once again, and now Eno's one touch away from death, and if Qeuw gets a good read, and it looks like he's seeming to get some right now, but the YRC, once again, that double overhead doing a really good job of pressuring Qeuw.
YRC just a pushback, and it was in the air, so we'll do a little bit more pushback than normal.
Chemical Love's coming out trying to poke down into the corner. No full wall break yet, but gets the low into the 6H, and that's going to do it.
Empty jump below, it does work on everybody, as you can see right here, and GLaw taking it over.
But Qeuw's predicting that Mega Fist, or the Chemical Love is coming out to just Mega Fist out of there. GLaw getting a gold burst situation, which will allow them to get a lot of mix opportunities as well as some high potential damage. Blocks the burst out coming from Qeuw, but doesn't get a full punish off of it. Once again, that double overhead, third time in a row, that situation has come up and it's worked out in their favor.
There we go, once again. Yeah, it really is kind of the bane of Qeuw right now. He's going to have to find the antidote to this poison that GLaw is throwing out, but might not get another chance because stroke will just end your life right here. And GLaw showing a pretty convincing start of the second half of the exhibition.
Yeah, you know, they with their ability to just make Qeuw guess incorrectly on those high-low mixes over and over and over again, they're really able to use that extended pressure that they have in this matchup compared to what Qeuw has to do, where Qeuw has to work a lot harder to get in there. But, you know, like we were saying, one good call and he's in there from the get-go. As well as if he can get those, you know, if he get a nice clean like 5H or 6H hit, he's going to be more than happy.
Alright, a little bit of respect there. Oh, but he gets hit by the slide head gold burst, and that's a great start for Tissimone. Just immediately spent that tension.
Forcing the burst to come out early, and GLaw is just not letting Qeuw have it. Gonna bring him all the way back to the corner once again. Let's see what the mix is. Getting that overhead once again. Qeuw thinking the low is gonna come, but GLaw just likes to hit up top. We're gonna see the PRC once again, but no pop buster into a 5E, but no follow-up from it. And there's the hover dash into the overhead once again. Not quite enough 50 meter when they were doing that combo to get a kill, but just one more interaction and they'll get it.
Just sat back and you saw use the chemical load too, and immediately went in with the jump S as soon as you think you had a grasp on the situation. GLaw giving no time to do.
You can see Qeuw putting out a lot of these like high whip buttons, but GLaw isn't reacting them in time to punish, but is able to PRC back after the whip throw. A good call there. He's able to get those mega fist loops in the corner into the air grab with the wall break. Will do it. See, that's that opportunity that Qeuw needs. He just needs to be able to get in there and stay in there. And with the aggressive use of burst that GLaw had, it'll be very a little easier for Qeuw.
Yeah, and able to take advantage of, you know, Eno's low health as well. It's like what to see from Qeuw, but GLaw retaliating back with a whole bunch of strokes of big trees once again, but has the counter option of the side hit, and there we go, the pop buster, and this is a great situation for Qeuw. Gonna RC, this has more damage, but the burst at the right opportunity.
Forcing the burst though in that situation is actually going to be very beneficial because that allows Qeuw to attempt to make any kind of options again instead of just getting that wall break and resetting to the neutral. But GLaw is able to take that situation, use 3 chemical loves for the wall break there.
And we're back to the situation with the life fleet. You can just hang back. GLaw is going to do such so. You throw it out.
Yeah, you know, now they both have 50 meter though, so they have to worry about it. Qeuw finally getting that air throw setup. He's been trying to work on other people for the longest time. Gets that Garuda into the pop buster and is able to get the kill, showing that he's not going to take this lying down.
Yeah, it was a great read from the air throw there, and I can only imagine that maybe, you know, GLaw got a little frustrated on wake up there and just got hit by the Garuda, and that's the end of the story. That's what Qeuw wants. That's Qew's win con, and next game. That's all I gotta say.
Yes, yeah. You know, Qew's goal right now is to just keep that situation happening over and over again. So, but GLaw is the one who's gonna have to make those drastic adjustments to prevent that from happening.
Now, you mentioned that we saw that, you know, Qeuw is definitely getting hit by these double overheads a lot, so we're kind of hopefully see if the adaptability over the set will be fruitful at all. But right off the bat, the jump H counter hit.
And unfortunately, the burst is blocked for Qeuw. And so now he's got to be able to sit in the corner with no burst against Eno Mix. Once again, goes for the jump afterwards, not the immediate double overhead that gives Qeuw enough time to block. And once again, the double overhead coming through after a couple times of not using it. Qeuw is just getting hit by it and gets the charge 5D for the wall break.
I think he forgot when once again reintroduce it. Oh, and cancels the 6H into chemical up just to go over the slide head. Great reaction come out from GLaw, and that's what's going to be needed to take it over Qeuw.
Absolutely. You saw that double overhead come once again. Qeuw really needs to make that adjustment to try to start blocking that more frequently. He tries to make this out of there, but he ain't having it. Slide head come out, but actually gets the punish this time in the corner. Goes for low this time, so now he's trying to block that overhead, but GLaw knew what was coming. Charge 5D once again for the wall break.
You can see it's so hard to have a grasp on what you don't want to do, especially when you want to knock down. It is entirely a hurt game to play.
Absolutely, especially in the situations where she can't afford a double overhead. Doesn't get the full confirm with the chemical over there. You know, one thing that GLaw isn't doing right there is you actually can stroke under that. As we saw that over a bonus round earlier with another player. I'm blanking on who there was, but you actually have just enough space to slide under there and get a hit.
Yeah, she's able to pancake under it, but GLaw was able to stay patient regardless and still able to clutch it out. Wasn't able to Qeuw was hoping that GLaw would get a little bit antsy and find a way to kind of cover those options, but GLaw wasn't having any of it and able to once again another game over Qeuw. Now Qeuw has to find a way to have one of those games earlier. Was able to find a way to get a knockdown into Garuda and potentially that three-way mix-up of using close slash, call out, and air approach, or pop buster.
But the IJD comes up for GLaw being the Garuda round start. It was going to lead into, I was actually just about to say that Qeuw needs to do something risky and GLaw also needs to do something risky, but have it lead in Qeuw favor, I think, to really turn this matchup. And GLaw was able to actually call out the right option at the right time. And is now using that to their fullest extent of getting those counter hit overhead into the corner, but Qeuw still got a little bit of life left. So Qeuw potentially still take it. Reversal super gets the counter hit. And now you play the game, jumps out of the throw, and it's gonna take that.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit too obvious on the knockdown there to go for kind of the Potemkin buster. And Dino's gonna call out that greed, and there we go. GLaw already having a great start. Goes low, put down the note. And there we go, low once again. No more double overhead action. We are now scuffing them shoes.
And going for the wall slump this time, wanting to keep Qeuw there, forcing the burst to come out. But this time we're going to see the wall break, and Qeuw doesn't have a lot of time left to play this game. He's got a little bit of life. He gets air thrown out, kicked to the other side of the screen with a perfect.
Yo, I saw somebody in chat earlier placing bets about whether GLaw can air throw Mega Fist. You saw it right there, everybody. It happened. So pay up. I don't know who did the bet, but I saw it earlier in chat.
As of now, I bet against you. You DM me for PayPal.
Yeah, everybody's like, "Whoa, he did it!" Yep, GLaw did it, and that is enough to take it over Qeuw, and it's just in the nick of time. Not only did you win it over Qeuw, you won the bet in the chat, and GLaw is saying, "I am not to be outdone yet. I may have been 6 in the current rankings for the exhibition, but don't count me out."
Absolutely. And was that
That's it.
That was it? Wow, I thought we still had a couple more to go. God. Guilty Gear Strive, everyone.
Guilty Gear Strive, everyone. Yeah, we are going to be moving on to the bracket. We're having something innocuous versus DrBadfish. If you guys were mentioning earlier, this is Giovanna versus Chipp, and these are both rush down characters. So we're going to see a lot of forward momentum, kind of similar how we've seen a lot of other matches, especially with Soul being in the mix in this pool of characters, and something Noxious has been pretty impressive in terms of just how never giving their opponents any chance to breathe, no chance to kind of get out of a situation, and making sure that you are staying in the corner no matter what.
Yeah, in addition, this is also going to be the 2-1 the 2 wins 1 loss tiebreaker between these two players. So whoever wins this will actually be able to firmly set up their position as the second place slot in the tournament until Symbolist's next game, which comes up after this one.
Yeah, you guys like betting? All right, well, we got a tiebreaker for it. Now, place your bets. Who you guys like more? You guys like Chipp, DrBadfish, or Innocuous? Because right off the bat, there we go. Badfish already getting the counter hit. Not getting too much of a great series of it. There we go. Something Innocuous. Being the aggressor, taking the initiative.
And you can see getting that counter hit 2S and just trying to reset to mid-screen to get the side swap, allowing Chipp's mix to really come to fruition, but something Innocuous isn't going to have it and is going to force damage back to the corner, but, DrBadfish is showing, no, I like this corner. We're staying on my side of the house right now. Lines drawn in the sand, but Giovanna is wanting to break those and is just continuing the pressure.
Sitting back, throwing out to see 2 Dave, but there we go. DrBadfish just intercepting, use the BRT just to extend this combo, add a little bit extra hit stun. Coming down with the jump to Age, and just super out of it. I'm sick of this pressure. It's a counter hit super in your face.
No matter what character you are, even if you were just Chipp, you're going to be able to take good damage from that. And good blocks from Mr. Innocuous right in the beginning, able to block the low wrestle coming through, but DrBadfish is able to just continue to get hits to lead him into the corner, bursting out, not letting him get into the reset potential, but we will be able to continue with that as it goes on. He's able to get the super into the wall break. This is going to be good damage and allowing him a potential mix right at the round start, and you can see JS into the throw, gets the low for the hit, and he's able to take it right there.
Yeah, and even though you got meter, wasn't even necessary. You know, took the early wall break and kind of just did not let up on that pressure. DrBadfish looking pretty good to kind of like trade blows for blows with Innocuous here.
Yeah, now you can see both players are just wanting to stay far back from each other, using their safe whiff punish normals to try to get something, and DrBadfish is the first one to get it. A good recognition for Mr. Innocuous that was going to be leaf grab.
Yeah, it's not very hard. It's not very easy to do. Excuse me, but Innocuous was able to do it very well. There we go. DrBadfish able to get the low on the Rekka and extending his combo to Great Affair and gets the reset off there.
No continuation off the reset, but it gets thrown out of their own dash up throw setup, but DP'd out of there, trying to just keep themselves safe, knowing Chipp has to come in to try to do something to close out the round, because Qeuw a lot more, is able to block that super coming out, but his RC's out of it, spending all 100 meter. Now using that blocks the RC and is able to get the round.
Yeah, we talk about betting. Well, Innocuous definitely bet not only on spending meter on the super there, but also bet on that burst, and DrBadfish was right on the money, struck up gold, and that's wrap.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, you kind of have to force that burst in that situation and hope your opponent isn't going to try to recognize it. But they were able to, and then we're going to be moving on up 1-0 right now into the next match.
Yeah, we mentioned how even though these are rushdown characters, they like to be safe. They have the ability to go in and out. As you're seeing right now, they both back up, and they're ready to charge in like two battering rams.
Yeah, these are two of the highest mobility characters in the game, as well as with those out of those high mobility characters, the highest damage between them. But it comes at the cost of their of the lack of life. But you can see Gamma Blades coming out, and just continuing to poke down. Nice blocks into pressure, but goes for the instant air Alpha Blade and was able to get a hit, keeping Qeuw in there. No confirmation after the JK, but is using that wall pressure.
Oh my! Oh god! But I love some good blocks, but that risk was definitely pumping. You had to make a move sooner or later. Oh my god, the air-to-air conversion going up the wall. Whew.
And once again, using that, we've seen it time and time again in these matches. DrBadfish using that round start I-80 forward JK to try to check any kind of error moment while also staying moderately safe. And no one's able to really to fight out an answer to stop him from doing that. But he doesn't throw it out very often, and something Innocuous isn't letting throw out anything at all without getting counter hit in these situations. It's super into the wall break with Chipp's low health that's going to take that round.
Yeah, Innocuous wasting no time to steal the life from DrBadfish. Oh, and just the quick whiff punish with the far slash. Great start.
Right, but now you can see those Alpha Blades coming out, creating those side swap mixes, getting a burst punish with it even as well. And we're now back to the wall mix-up in nice blocks over, recognizing that it was going to be like that. But a super coming out for DrBadfish, allowing to get that round.
Yeah, Chipp has great utility, as he kind of just saw, was able to kind of mix up the wreck of options. And Innocuous was doing such a great job of blocking on defense, and it's not easy, but eventually you do get cracked open, and DrBadfish did so.
Absolutely. It's a tough situation for any player to be in. But, Giovanna is one of those characters that actually has the potential to get out of the situations with a high reward if they can find their opportunity. But with the amount of layers that they have, it's like an onion. There's just so many, and it's hard to get through all of them.
It's like an onion. Here we go back into 2-1 here, or excuse me, yeah, 2-0. DrBadfish already starting off with great momentum. Gonna go into the clone reset, punishing the reversal options with the throw. Reset again, once again with the clone.
Chooses to save the meter off of this wall break to get a BRC, and that DP is really going to help him out right there. And you can see Qeuw just continuing to try to press buttons, not even having a chance to use the burst in this game.
Yeah, these are fast characters, but I love the option DrBadfish uses to slow down Giovanna, just to kind of see what Innocuous wants to throw out and punish accordingly.
So you can see something Innocuous is now not letting him have it, letting him play his game plan. And DrBadfish able to jump out, forcing the burst to make it so that Geo has to play neutral again, which is where she wants to be. But DrBadfish is making those right calls and leading back to the other stage. And he's just continuing that pressure over and over. Goes for the same side low, but gets the overhead from the opposite side. The JH, I don't know. He was able to block after that. I wasn't sure on the full timing. Is able to use that to take that round.
Yeah, I can't say whether, Innocuous is a little bit antsy, reversing super there, or maybe they didn't pay attention to their meter enough in order to know, like, oh, I could maybe RC it, but either way, DrBadfish will definitely take that, seeming pretty strong going in here. 3-0 Innocuous, and maybe just to chill out a little bit on, throwing out those supers and maybe wait for a situation where, it might be a little bit more fruitful.
Absolutely, this is now match point, and we're gonna have to see something crazy come out, and something Innocuous is doing something a little crazy, which is backing off and letting the Chipp try to do something risky on there, and it seems to be working out, forcing the burst and keeping Chipp at a low health. Nice punish on the Gamma Blade, just allowing you to keep that poke going, and it's good defense over against the Chipp. And just trying to FD him out to prevent him from doing any kind of wall miss shenanigans, but just allowing that pressure to continue further and further, using the RC for the wall reset.
And able to clip him out of the air with the flip kick there, and chase him down close as meaty, and you release the block button, you get hit sucker.
Absolutely. Sometimes I have to always be blocking against this character, and unfortunately he's going to be led into that situation once again with those Gamma Blade mix. Jumps the leaf grab, but gets air thrown out of it.
And that is showing the incredible, the recovery on the command throw has not a whole lot, so you had enough time just to do the air throw. But here we go, Innocuous, reversal of fortunes, able to break the glass with the super here.
And now this is going to put DrBadfish in a bad situation, except for the fact that he has 100 meters, and this gives him a lot of room to play with in regards to the pressure. But something Innocuous isn't even try to give him a chance to do it. The throw gets baited with the BRC, and is just quickly using all of it to lead back into a wall break, so he can get back. Something Innocuous, though, now reaching that close to 100 meters, which will really power up Giovanna to be one of the scarier characters.
I think gold burst is going to be so crucial to spend all this meter to finish off. Going to hopefully beat the burst too, but nope, not needed. DrBadfish. Perhaps even Innocuous could hold on to that burst for this crucial last round. Is kind of accepting their fate.
Yeah, there's a point where you have to decide if you want to keep the burst for the next round or you're not, and when you have a round to go, it's a little easy to do. Nice instant block though on that Alpha Blade, making it so that they don't take that pushback from it, and gets the counter hit 6P, Geo 6P being one of those tools that's really good versus a lot of these characters air options. And with a super, that should do it for this round.
Yeah, kind of using the tools that were given to you in the last patch. A lot of 6Ps now float up a little bit easier to convert, and you just saw it right there. Innocuous now, got something on the board. We are going to 3-1. Not quite out of it yet. Jeff was kind of knocking on the door, but Innocuous, able to kind of waking up here.
Absolutely. Something's really got to there's got to be a lot more adjustments happening from both these players to really try to to take the rounds into their favor, and that's where I think something Innocuous is going to be showing their adaptation. I don't think they're going to be taking this down without a fight, but DrBadfish isn't. I don't think he's going to let them fight. They're just keeping that pressure going over and over again. And once you see them get into this wall situation, it's where they continue to do so well. And there's that mix getting hit by it again, just wall slumping to keep them there, and using the super for the kill.
Going into the maximum Wesker, like you mentioned, the wall slump is going to be so potent, and it really proved really effective right there. And DrBadfish looking pretty clean at the start here.
Absolutely, though, but something Innocuous, even with using that burst early, already almost has it back. And once again, that situation with the leaf grab jumping up and trying to air throw it, something Innocuous might need to try a new option when the scenario comes up again.
Yeah, maybe there's an option Innocuous has with using a jump normal. Oh, or just air dash out of it.
Yeah, air dash out of it to try to get that side swap. It's gonna have to be you have to keep cycling those options, but the option to use right there was 2D to get into the corner counter hit, and then gets the run up throw on wake up. But you can see DrBadfish just continuing that pressure through, gets the overhead with the RC, gonna bring them to the other corner and kick them out. We are one touch away for either player. And the die kick
what
super
a crazy
gets
trade!
traded. I don't know who won that.
I know, right? But there we go.
Something innocuous won
Point
that.
on top with 2 crazy trades, and it really proved really effective. I think that it came down to guts, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just that clean hit over from Giovanna, able to take it. And she's now once again using that momentum from that previous round to try to take these games back into her favor. Backdashes the J2K, now we're going to see it get all the way to the corner again. Counter hit 2D though, blocks the burst from DrBadfish as well, and is able to take that round.
Such a smart play, using a meaty 2D right there, and it was able to also take away resources. When you're cognizant of your opponent's resources, it makes the game a lot easier for you. But you got to be on point, and there we go. Innocuous being on point, getting another game on the board. 3-2, slowly climbing back up. You guys are getting more games, and they're providing it for you.
Absolutely, and like you're saying, with this being that second place tiebreaker match right now. This is the more games that this goes on really could affect the standings in the future. If in a future match that Symbolist is knocked down, to being with a round loss, that there could be a new winner just all of a sudden due to these percentages.
Yeah, you can't really count anybody out as it's going to show. There we go. DrBadfish incorporating the Rekka, jump in with the jump H, cross a good just block as well.
Baits the gold burst over there with the backdash. No punish on it, but they're bringing it back mid-screen. But Mr. Innocuous now showing the clash on the DP with the 2D is able to get them that combo into the corner, goes for the low, and we're going to see a super here for the kill.
Properly ending the round into super, wasting no time to kind of go on to the next round. DrBadfish going to be put on notice now. You can, the adaptability is really in Innocuous favor, as I just say that. A far S, jump D. Okay, you might get a little bit tricksy here now.
But you sometimes have to take those risks even when you're ahead to try to stop your opponent from really getting a read on exactly what you're doing. But it might not even matter because they're continuing that strong pressure as they've done in previous games. Chipp jumps out of it but isn't able to get anything super big. And now the cannon spike coming through.
Oh, there we go. The overhead has been pretty effective from DrBadfish. Able to find the mark and convert appropriately, as we're seeing right here. Also getting a reset, smidge of health left, but Giovanna getting Meteor in just a few seconds, hopefully, or not. Has to on tension, keep himself safe.
Absolutely. Chipp still having burst there puts him in a great situation, and then the 2H is going to come out and let him take it. Same with burst. Mr. Innocuous also with burst coming up soon. And just trying to get those trades into their favor at this point and really take this round back into their control as they've shown in the previous games. This gets the running far slash, and it's just continuing that pressure over and over and over again.
Fantastic delay on the Rekka there, able to go low. They're able to break the wall there. It also has burst on deck, but Giovanna has also enough meteor to make opportunity. Once again, the overhead, 3 for 3.
Seriously, that overhead is not only in this match, but all tonight. That overhead has been doing work for him.
All right, DrBadfish was able to stop the tracks of Something Innocuous, going 4-2 over there, and we can see the Canadian players are definitely celebrating there in the chat. Canada is definitely strong out here. They always have been, and man, there's some good games to come out of it. Innocuous was trying to fight to the bitter end. We are going to be moving on in this exhibition. Head out to Symbolist versus Ebonic Plague, a soul mirror match, and I'm looking forward to this one, Ted.
Oh yeah. This is not only is this a soul mirror match, which I personally always find really enjoying to watch because it's characters with the tools to do everything, fighting against each other. So you can really have to see the adaptations that you have to make on how you're going to adjust your game plan. But not with these two souls. Oh my goodness, he switched to Happy Chaos.
I'm so excited for Happy Chaos. I'm waiting for this character to show up here.
I am even more excited. This is what we were talking about right at the beginning, that somebody might pull out a character to swap these matches. And so now we're going to see Happy Chaos coming through. This is a character that people have been saying, we've seen Deb switch them. We've seen other soul players switching over to Happy Chaos. So this is a character that people need to be afraid of and doesn't have a lot of experience with because he's a quite difficult character. You can see that from the get-go, that Ebonic Plague was not prepared for this. He was ready for the Soul matchup.
Yeah, you gotta be on point. Keep this character on your radar because the thing about Happy Chaos, if he has the resources, he can keep so much pressure safe with that H shot. And there we go. Gonna go into the Ex Machina. Just a smidge of health from Ebonic. Can he stay alive? Right now, the time for Happy Chaos just to sit back. Coming downtown with the Vortex. There we go. Ebonic saying, I will not be outdone by this character switch.
Absolutely, you know, Soul isn't out of it just yet. There's Happy Chaos still has some work to do, but he's able to take that game. You know, there's going to be a lot of adjustments that Ebonic Plague is going to have to do here against Symbolist with his Happy Chaos. You know, he's got his problem solver right there, setting up curses, just being able to maintain that bullet gauge.
That's a double clone.
Yes, that's the double clone. And now he's throwing out the curse reload and back in, is able to hit the slide under, and then is able to take that round.
Uh-oh. That's all I gotta say. Uh-oh. This is the counter pick I think that Symbolist had in mind. He's like, I am not gonna do this mirror match. I have a character in mind, and it is Happy Chaos. As you were kind of seeing there, not only does this character have great zoning potential, but also has pretty deceptive like buttons as well in the form of like 2S and far S. So they have some slight disjoint despite it being his hands that are kind of being thrown out. And we see at the end there, Clone was kind of the counter pick in case once again Ebonic Plague was going to get Vortex in.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see with Clone, with Curse being able to set pressure, he's got a lot of ability to just create space when he didn't have it originally. And now you can see with that charge shot, able to wall break or start rush. My apologies. Forcing the burst out in the corner. It's allowing Soul to continue that pressure, and that's something that you have to do in this. Is you have to make sure to keep them in the corner again and again and again. Because if you bring them to mid screen, you're not in for a good time. Forcing the burst out for Happy Chaos, and just immediately goes under with them, and then you're gonna see that damage. But the 2K doesn't connect.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, which you kind of hate to see there. But there we go. Symbolist gonna reset with the throw. PRC. Wow, and converts off of it too. Okay, you're showing some of the tech.
Trying to get 2 S's the slide under, but YRC's out to keep him in the corner. YRC's in kind, allowing to keep themselves safe with that gun pressure, but doesn't have any bullets, so they can't shoot. Attempts to throw, but gets hurt for it.
That was the time to absolutely go in with no bullets in the blicky. Ebonic Plague is going to get around over some bullets.
Look, all I'm gonna say is, you make a Guilty Gear character with a gun, you know that there's gonna be problems.
He's gonna pull that thing out right now, as we see Symbolist there getting the resources back. What? He techs all the way over there.
He techs all the way into the knee. Fafnir coming out though, the throw tech to maintain space. IAD's over with the gun, is able to just keep those kicks and shots coming out. Tries to jump out of any kind of pressure that Happy Chaos is doing, but there's not much he can do. Reload into the punish and just continuing to go under, rolls through like a KOF character, and it's just continuing this pressure. Oh, this is a very entertaining match to watch. No bullets, so he can't keep stuff safe, but is able to use the throw to take that round.
Yeah, this is definitely a crazy situation we got here. Yeah, you mentioned using the roll as kind of like a mix-up option that you can kind of, you know, use your H shot in the middle of it. There you go, put the curse on, gonna make the reticle tighten up a lot faster, getting the resources back, and he's letting, you know, Ebonic Plague not go back to neutral. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, he's really prioritizing the ability to maintain focus gauge and maintain bullet count instead of allowing that wall break to come through, which I think is understandable. And you tries to use the concentration super, but gets punished for it by Soul Bad Guy, and now it's just going to be continuing BRC to try to get out of the pressure. Gets the IAD JH, and then is able to take that one as well.
Wow, this is an entertaining match. Yeah, you gotta mention he's, you know, using Happy Chaos in a way where, you know, not letting Ebonic Plague, you know, have the glass broken at all. And I think that's one of the luxuries Happy Chaos does have, is to able to cover the tech options if you decide to, because, you know, the gunshot goes so far. And like, in addition, you have like such, you know, deceptive normals. Your resource management is so easy to handle, because when you reload or you like use the concentration, there's not much recovery in those options. You can actually like end up plus if you use like the super as well. It's like it's very deceptive.
Yeah, it's something, especially as well as with, like, you know, not only is this a character that just people aren't playing a lot, it's a character that is deceptively complex in how all their stuff functions. So, you can see they're prioritizing the wall break due to having a good amount of concentration and bullets there. So, they're just letting them go through. And now we're going to be able to see a kill unless Ebonic Plague bursts, but he doesn't. He's going to pull out the guns for the wall break.
Wow, you thought Soul did damage. I mean, you gotta give credit here. Happy Chaos also has not only good meter gain, but also damage.
Yeah, this is probably one of the scariest characters that have come out in this game in quite some time, and is a very interesting new addition into Strive. And it's just, you're able to see right there, once again, he uses concentration gain and then maintains the wall break. Just continuing the gunshots with the focused fire is then canceling into reloads to get those bullets back.
You are stuck in place there. Even the fact that using clone to get rid of some health, it still proves pretty effective. And there we go. Ebonic Plague finds his way in, hoping to keep Symbolist not locked down. And so far, okay, the burst is going to be proven fruitful. Wow, and fantastic conversion going all the way downtown into Diggs. Machina
into it, and then into the wall break, which kills as well.
Happy Chaos definitely keeping that thing on you. I mean, does Ebonic have any other characters? Because this might be a chance for you to get used to this matchup, but this is looking pretty difficult. And maybe this is Symbolist had this in mind if this is the straight counter pick to Soul. I'm not sure how you feel about it, but this is looking
I think this character does very well against Soul. Just toolkit wise is able to beat a lot of Soul's options that he has, as well as is able to easily maintain out of space of Soul's better options at 2S and 6S. And you can see right there, right from the get-go, Soul pressed a button and he just got shot for it.
With punished with the vortex on the sweep, but was able to get burst right back at exactly where Happy Chaos wants to. You want to play using the 6H to your great effectiveness, and there we go. This is exactly what you want.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the opportunity that you can take to take those rounds, because the Happy Chaos' one downside to it is has a low health pool, and you can see that Ebonic Plague is using that to the fullest advantage and being able to take that game.
Yeah, this is what you kind of like to see. Yeah, you gotta mention the health pool of this character, especially when you have to use resources in the clone. It gives them even more or less. There we go. Ebonic Plague turning the tide though.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see that he's really just trying out his everything in his hardest, because this is with it being a surprising matchup, but the counter hit slide into the gunshots just continuing to. But Ebonic Plague has that DP to get that whole combo in the corner, but burst out of it. It's very hard to try to fight this character when their main character that they play is a Soul, and the good chip damage from all the wall break stuff. But
Ebonic Plague, how the counterplay on the clone in mind, he's knowing that if it only takes one hit, but if I can't special cancel it, eats it up. But there we go. Symbolist is gonna take it in with the athlete ready stance gunshot, and man, I can see the gears are turning. Ebonic Plague is starting to get a handle on the matchup, and it couldn't be too late as we are getting the counter head far slash.
You can see Happy Chaos already hit 50% off of one interaction. Doesn't need that much for Soul to take it. But unfortunately, the burst gets whiffed and is now going to bring it back to mid-screen, where this is going to be Happy Chaos's prime time to be. Brings Soul all the way to the corner, keeps getting guard crush over and over. And even with FD, the chip damage that is coming through from those focus shots is insane.
Yeah, chip damage, and also you're draining the meter from tension as well. So it's like stealing a lot of resources from your opponent, and you're just staying safe all at the same time. There we go, a PRC conversion into the 6S. Pull out the ride. I'm out of here. Wow.
Got the car on your way to get the girl.
Yeah, Mr. Steel Girl indeed. Symbolist 4-0 over Ebonic Plague, and wow, what a counter pick, Tabby. That was most entertaining. Probably not fun to fight, but that's what you need to do. You want to get that W? Pull some Happy Chaos.
Yeah, just being able to pull out there and really show all stops, or show no stops really in the pressure that you have with that Happy Chaos.
Alright guys, well, I wonder if we'll have any more surprises like that going down the line here as we do move on to our last three matches of tonight. We got something innocuous versus GLaw. The Qeuw and matchup, once again, you guys have seen these players throughout tonight, and really, this is the long con. This is the how can you adapt to after playing so many sets? You got to have a lot of stamina, to be honest. Playing the exhibition sets are not easy.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it's not only are these longer sets than normal, you're playing over a longer period of time than your normal pools, or even like a top 8 scenario where you just really have to keep showing that you can have the effort again and again and again, back to back to back. Now we're at the point with these matches that this is the also the final games for these players, so it's really going to set along where they are in the standings. You know, in this match right now, you know, we're not seeing GLaw anymore after this. So what happens here is going to be the final results for them, as well as something innocuous. So hopefully they can make the best of it and try to take each other out of the tournament.
There goes GLaw, still trying to climb up here, being kind of the lower end of the bracket, but they're making a good statement so far, able to gain a little bit of momentum. Stop short there, using the PRC just to stall in the air and had a bit of damage, but can't stop this train that is innocuous.
Absolutely innocuous, just using his pressure that he's been showing out through these games again and again and again to really assert the dominance in this matchup. You know, with Eno not being able to do much about it, jumps out of the super, but PRC's out of it, spending all that meter to keep themselves safe.
Oh no, you don't like to see that. Online, kind of showing its ugly head at the moment there, but we keep playing.
Yeah, especially with the distance between these players. They're crossing a country border even, but they're something innocuous is able to take that game. And the pressure is just continuing further for the both of them. Right now, something innocuous just using those 2Ds, using that 2-1-4S to its advantage, getting the counter hit into the full combo, and bringing them all the way to the corner. Now with 50 meter, you have a lot of mixed potential. It uses the RRC to block the burst and gets the wall break.
Yeah, we're really seeing GLaw have some patience at first, but then gets a little too antsy using resources that we just saw with BRC when, you know, innocuous already has the idea to swat you out of the air like a fly.
Absolutely, just using all of Geo's tools to really knock down that Eno, saying, "Hey, we're not even gonna let you think about trying to mix me, okay? We're playing some honest, grounded footsies."
Foozies. Yeah, we're going through it. All right, okay. Innocuous going up 1. You know, GLaw maybe needs to take a little bit a different approach. Maybe sit back and find ways. You know, we saw earlier in today that GLaw has the potential to kind of stuff these normals that Giovanna does kind of throw out, has the ability to crush them, but you got to be on point. There we go. There it is. The far S could be fruitful, but you're kind of showing your hand a little bit early, kind of giving Innocuous the idea.
Well, yeah, I think GLaw is actually keeping the real secret to a little bit, to a lot of what something innocuous can duel in his back pocket, which is Eno's 2S, a very heavy disjoint that covers a lot of screen space, can lead to some high damage potential, but something innocuous isn't even allowing that to happen, and is just going to keep that pressure going, using their speed to bring them all the way to the corner right at the wall break. But they're able to walk it back mid-screen. Just continuing that pressure through and through, uses the note Oki for the mix, finally being able to see GLaw do something and gets the 6P and forces the burst on something innocuous.
Gets the knockdown, puts the scale down, gotta reset pressure. Oh, the stroke, okay, the overhead into the dive kick. Uh-oh, this is gonna be a counter hit super, especially with that install. Adding a little bit extra damage is gonna be enough to take down GLaw.
So now you can see GLaw once again using those heavier disjoint normals, trying to get anything in this matchup to just set up their mix, and uses the dive in the corner to get the wall break.
Systemo just to break the glass.
Absolutely maintains the good mix, and is able to throw one more interaction is all Geo needs to do, and is able to just shimmy out with a throw.
Yeah, we saw there a couple of like staggered, you know, jump S's into the throw. We're now incorporating the throw, the strike throw mix, and it can't come any sooner here. Oh, jump D, yeah, burst. I don't want to take that.
Yeah, the 2D from Geo really just showing how good of a tool it is in this matchup, covering a lot of the hover dash options, just like that, and now gets to bring it into the corner.
What's this sweep anti-air? Come on!
She learned it from Soul. She was able to take that technique and use it to her advantage this time around, and was able to use that super to bring it up once again in their favor 2-0.
Yeah, I'm getting shades of how like old Soul 2D used to be in Exert, and I'm definitely seeing it right there. Innocuous taking a game over there, another game against GLaw, and now GLaw, what you gonna do? Yeah, you've been stuffed out many times, and I think Innocuous is able to cash out quite appropriately. Whereas GLaw chooses to reset pressure, maybe just kind of needs to like cash out a little bit more to kind of keep up with the health.
There is the thought line for that is with how good Something Innocuous and Giovanna are good at controlling that horizontal game, you need to keep them in the mix as long as possible. And using that early burst into the corner,
no.
a little high, so Something Innocuous is able to get the full Chesto into the wall break. And it's just continuing to use that pressure. The dog spike whiffs, unfortunately, and now GLaw is able to get a chance to bring him to the corner.
Alright, so we keep distance, so we see there, dash in, dash out. This is the mobility of this character, but there we go. Able to find the mark, versus throw, there we go. Chase down, but here comes Innocuous. It's been a little bit of tension. All the tension, close this out.
Absolutely, you're gonna lose that meter on the next round anyways, so you gotta use it while you can to make sure that you get that kill. But GLaw is trying to get the kill right here now, putting him into the corner with the mix. Tries to go with the 5D reset and unfortunately gets jumped out of it. Note Oki coming through and see Command Grab Super finally coming out for them.
Megalovania, there we go, finally. That has been put in. Yeah, exactly. This hasn't been put in. Oh, it chases with the stroke on the back dash. That's why I like to see GLaw finally incorporating some different options. And you're making it hard for Innocuous to react, and I think he kind of needs to install here.
Absolutely. Now, once again, in the charge 5D, though, this time we're going back over there with my big damage. No burst on deck, so this is going to be great damage coming for Giovanna. Now going to be able to put it one interaction away from when just using those dash bar slashes and try to poke any option that Something Innocuous could be doing. We're going to see an RC on the mix now, going for that double overhead once again. And now just staying in the air, trying to check their options, finally being able to move forward, but gets checked by the 2S.
Right, go right back into the corner, but it seems like GLaw is content with keep letting Innocuous kind of move out of the corner and put them right back in there.
As long as you can maintain those pokes, it seems safe to do. And here we're going to have the super going out to then have that be taken for GLaw.
All right, that's what I'm talking about, GLaw. You're able to incorporate a lot more mix-up, able to, get a lot more damage in your combos, as I was kind of seeing throughout that set. And, I wonder if kind of at the beginning round, after using the Command Grab Super, maybe that kind of like, okay, I was like, whoa, that shook me up a little bit. All right, you're adding an option to the table. Okay, this is a real match. We got a real match.
Well, especially if these two players have been watching the entire time. That's the first time GLaw has even used that super.
Yep.
So it's something that is now that was pulled onto the table from almost out of nowhere, and now you can see that Something Innocuous is going to have to really consider that going forward. And GLaw now just trying to use the 100 meter from the gold burst to continue to reset pressure. 50 meter on deck. Now we're going to see double overhead whiff, forcing the burst out of Something Innocuous, and the double overhead once again, super once again. GLaw really showing that they've adapted heavily and are now going to make Something Innocuous have to try to consider more decisions.
GLaw is prepared, and honestly, Innocuous is now a little bit unnoticed in this set. Wow, what great reactions on the flip pick to end. That's been twice. Used the gold burst in the first attempt, got that meter, and then was able to use meter on the Fortissimo on the second one.
Using 3 Fortissimos in a single round shows how much meter gain you get from that wall break, even with a gold burst. But Something Innocuous is now going to, once again, just try to bring him back to the corner. But the counter hit JH isn't going to allow him that much PRC grip forward to get him back in the corner. You ain't leaving here. This is your home now. And 6 Ps to just keep him there over and over again.
Here we go. Oh, it's a chase down with the 5H. Innocuous is retaliating right back, and justly so. Going to end it here with the super. We're kind of even here. GLaw's about to get the burst back, and hopefully can survive just long enough to push together.
But, Something Innocuous having to use that burst to try to take the round, but GLaw is able to get the reversal throw, and is then going to take it to move it on over to 2-2. They're bringing it back to neck and neck.
this has been going on a whole night. You know, you guys are getting as many games as they could. They are squeezing this all out for you. And Canada, all right, I see you guys. You guys want to stay in this. You guys don't give up. I like that. I like that. I like to see some fight from our brethren up north.
Absolutely. You know, it's something, especially, you know, with the limited amount of offline that we've had, you know, with everything that's been going on, we haven't been able to see Canada really come down and merge in to get those offline games. So having this kind of matchup come through to see this high level gameplay from region to region is always very entertaining to see. Now you see, you know, just GLaw once again continuing to poke down over and over and over again. Mr. Something Innocuous saying, I don't know what to do anymore, and they need to start mixing up their decisions. Using that close slash after the dash up is really going to help them start out with that. Uses the DP to get them back in the corner. They know we're going over the wall and we're both gaining meter.
Yeah, both these characters are broken. You just got to be more on point with it. You got to have to rotate your options and not be so predictable. And it seems like Innocuous is kind of doing so, has enough meter to hopefully close this out. But there is the YRC coming out from GLaw.
And the attempt on the anti-air, but the dive kick super is going to come through, and it's close enough to the corner that the wall break is going to guarantee the kill there.
Yep, the dog assist coming through, and Innocuous is now up in this game.
But you can see those strokes coming out and just trying to get that extra damage where you can. The DP comes out with no punish, just due to the distance, unfortunately. But we're in Eno Mixtown, and they blocked the overhead. It was a great call. But there's not much you can do against these long-range pokes if you're not prepared for it. 2-1 for us.
Jeez, okay, I see you, Innocuous. Finally putting on the pressure.
You see the JH, but no confirm from the 2H there, but is able to take it right at the end. Bringing it back once again. These players keeping it tight and keeping it close the entire way through. Something Innocuous, though, burst almost back. They only need a couple more interactions to turn it back into their the potential if something goes wrong against GLaw. It's now GLaw's turn to try to start doing something against the far slash counter poke. And you can see with that purple beat, that was 40% right there. You know, something Innocuous needs to be careful and needs to make sure they don't get themselves in that situation once again. 50 meter on deck while in the corner. What can they do to get it? Just trying to check with those 5 Ps, and is able to use that trade in their favor to get the cha-cha chesto into the spin kicks for the wall break, and it kills.
Yeah, it does kill, especially when he has the, you know, the install on, and, you know, his life bolt isn't quite much, and there we go. Innocuous going 3-2 against GLaw, and we were kind of seeing there that, you know, GLaw was able to want to stay a little more grounded because Innocuous was getting on point with anti-airing with flip kicks and whatnot, and at the end we saw a trade be heavily in favor of Innocuous, and that kind of ended up setting Innocuous up for success. But now, all right, GLaw, now you're back on the receiving end. What is the adaptability here? Do we kind of just hopefully do we do a little bit more walking forward? Do we, you know, hopefully mix up our approaches in terms of how we're to hover dash? I did see GLaw throughout today would kind of like hover dash and then go back in and out, and I think that maybe options that might be.
You know, it's one thing I think that you're gonna have to see him dash to is I think GLaw needs to maintain more area. With how good something Innocuous has been anti-airing, that kind of made GLaw think they need to stick on the ground, but you cannot fight Giovanna on the ground with a character like, you know, that is not going to be at your best bet. Now you can see already, once they've gotten into those air situations, it's already turning into GLaw's favor, just continuing that mix with those overheads, and then trying to use that dust for a reset, but something Innocuous is very good about blocking it and then getting the punish afterwards, and is now able to play their strike throw game.
They're playing their attempt game right now.
Absolutely. That super dive kick hits off of whatever they were trying to do, and it's going to take that round with the counter hit.
Yeah, Innocuous forcing the situation at the end was really determined on wanting to kind of finish out the set, it seems.
Now you can see the 6H no canceled, just trying to continue to reset into the corner, and it looks like they're doing a good job of it. Goes low, has the meter, and we're going to see the super into the wall break. So now we're going to get a great mix over right at the round start, but jumps out of it, says you don't get to even attempt to do anything to me, and it's just going to bring him all the way back to the corner. 5D charge burst coming back shortly, though we may see it from the combo. We will right at the end, it uses the burst.
No, that's sad because now you don't have that option anymore at the very end, but Giovanna definitely does. Can you use it? Can you bait it out? Oh, there we go.
Burst coming out last minute, though. 100 meters still on Giovanna's end, so he gets to recreate the situations. RC's after the dust, trying to block, and then gets the throw. We're still not out of it yet. We're one touch away and gets the throw once again. And Something Innocuous is going to take this 4-2 over GLaw.
Yeah, there we go. Something Innocuous keeping up that Giovanna play, and we can definitely see at the end there, using a very hard to react situation where you get grabbed, you get OTG'd, and then her dash is just so fast that you have to really fuzzy your options, I feel, to kind of deal with it. And if you don't, then you're just gonna be put back in the same situation, and putting your opponent in situations that they just can't deal with based on what you've done already can prove fruitful. Even though it may like, oh, you're just spamming throw, it's just like, well, it works, right? And it definitely did work for Something Innocuous.
You call throwing dynamite a martial art? Hey, as long as it works.
As long as it...
All right, so our next matchup that we're going to be seeing for this as well is we have Qeuw versus Ebonic Plague. Now, one thing to note is we saw these two players play already. We saw how this went the last time.
Yep.
This is the fated rematch from their what was it, losers finals?
Yeah, bonus round yesterday happened, and these two friends had to play, and they've played each other a lot. They're very familiar, so this comes down to definitely a player play style. Ebonic Plague unfortunately falling yesterday to Qeuw. This is the chance of redemption. It's the chance to kind of make it up.
Absolutely, and they're letting those intros rock, showing the maximum amount of respect for each other in this final game, saying that you better go all out right from the start, but with due respect, I will defeat you.
He's courteous.
Yeah, he's honest Potemkin.
There ain't nothing honest about these two characters once they get their mojo going, but you see the respect at the very start.
The respect from the beginning, and then as well as you can see what their initial game plan is. Oh, the DP whiff is that they both want to sit at this mid-screen range and try to counter poke with their larger buttons like Soul 6S and then Potemkin 5H. But you're going to be able to run up when they try to do something flick to hit those projectiles out of there, and now bring the corner into favor. Uses that JS like Ebonic Plague has been using all day, and gets a full JS loop, not really a dust loop combo there to keep it going. Uses the YRC in it, but then predicts that they were going to do it and is able to punish him for it. Gets the 2K.
Qeuw calling out the VRC there, saying that that's not going to be proven effective for me. Oh, and a nice whiff punish there with the 6S, like you mentioned earlier, Tabby. That's going to be kind of like the measuring stick you want to keep Potemkin at.
That's going to be the pivotal point for this matchup as the sole player, is you want to use that 6S to punish as efficiently as possible. It's one of his better options at keeping space versus a character like this, because you never want to let Potemkin get to the point of where he gets to play his throw mix-up game, because it's scarier than it is.
And then when... Oh, whoa. Okay, we're going to the skies. Potemkin is flying. I was mentioning, 6S proves effectiveness, but so does stuffing out the approaches that, Ebonic wants to throw out. And there we go. Got him in the corner. Get 6S.
And now we see the 6S counter hit once again, showing the use of it. Unfortunately, a little too far to connect from coast to coast, but Ebonic Plague still has 100 meter, but it's not going to matter when he gets pot busted out of the game.
Yeah, call out on the gun plane there. Yeah, it seems like a case where, use 6S. Hopefully Potemkin will jump, and Ebonic Plague has been on point with getting these air-to-air conversions, but it's just the great reads that Qeuw has been throwing out to kind of make it really competitive. Oh no, a counter hit Garuda and a waste of the burst, but comes out unscathed.
Yeah, the burst recovery gives you just enough time to go right under the Garuda while it's still recovering, so it's it looks like it's not a great option, but it's something that can be useful, as well as that counter hit Fafnir really being that useful part. Let's see if Qeuw attempted the burst there. Nope, we're gonna Tyrant Rave into the kill.
Yeah, and that is a seasoned player right there, knowing that you had kind of the options to get out of situations that honestly to a lot of players looked like death, but able to turn around fortunes in Ebonic Plague's favor. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I can see it. These are two players that not only have played a lot, but are on a handle of each other's habits, and they really had to dig deep into some counterplay. So we could be in for the long haul. I think Ebonic Plague mostly has taken some time to think over yesterday's match, and it seems to be so.
Absolutely, there's a lot to think about between how these two players are playing each other constantly. So we're going to be able to see if they can use that opportunity to set these matches up into their favor. And once again, just using that pretty standard soul pressure, but just the delays and Q's unwillingness to try to punish between them. PRC coming forward, being able to recognize that they'll be able to get a hit, forcing the burst from Ebonic Plague.
Okay, now incorporating Flick into the pressure team, we're rotating our options, and and a reversal throw. Garuda impact coming in through. Oh my god, where are you going? Why are you DP? Where are you running?
Using the anti-air grab as a DP punishment tool is such an off shit. Ooh. That's one of those like multi-day set adaptations that you can make against a player like that, knowing exactly when they're going to DP and get a reward like that. And there you see Ebonic Plague though being able to get that full combo and bring in Qeuw to like another one-touch situation with having 50 meter lift. Gets Potbuster though and attempt to BRC back. So this puts Qeuw at a big advantage. Choosing not to hammer fall forward to keep it going. Gets YRC'd, so it's now Pot's turn to play pressure, but uses the RC to block the burst. And H Volcanic Viper to take it.
Yeah, Qeuw was definitely in mind how to counter a lot of what Ebonic was throwing out, but Ebonic had, you know, the Vortex right in mind, knowing the burst was coming. Now you are in range of Potemkin. Oh, hammer. Oh, Sidehead's going to take it over there, but back to respect, back to taking for just 6H clipping Ebonic Plague.
Yeah. The recognition of the air throw coming out there after the BRC, so good response from both of those players to see that coming through, but using the second hit of that Bandit Revolver to just keep that combo going with a nice 11-hit combo onto the other side. We're now at a position where Ebonic Plague can just stay on the other side of the screen, passively gaining meter and trying to punish with the buttons, but is also trying to approach at the same time while Q's going to be able to just get some large punishes off those. Gets a dust hit and tries to keep it going, gets the RC, so now we're going to see him go back to the side swap combo. The DP drops though in the throw punish.
That is so sad today. I was saying that Ebonic Plague was waiting, you know, for the time to strike, and he did so, but you know, you can't be dropping the punishes at the end because that will just, you know, give Qeuw free reign to take it over. Man, that's yeah, it's sad to see. You don't want to see games kind of end like that. You want to kind of see them, I'm not gonna say honest, but a little bit more to completion.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, but it's one of the things that happen with these long tournament sets. You gotta, you know, make sure that you're at your energy for the whole time to be able to do it, and unfortunately situations like that can happen. But we're gonna just see these players continue to pressure out. You know, Ebonic Plague showing that he's not gonna let that last round face him, and he's gonna just keep being the aggressor. 6H punish, now allowing the Qeuw to burst. We're gonna see DP's out of it, but gets thrown at the run-up with the Pot Buster. PRC on the other side, forcing the burst. Tries to flick out of it, but is just keeping Ebonic Plague in the corner, and now using that 5K to get out of there, bringing him back mid-screen. Backdashes the 6S right at the tip, but gets counter hits, so now it's Soul's turn to run up through. Backdash Pot Buster once again. This could do it with the RC, but the Megatus mix. This is Air Command Grab, try to come out, and an H Volcanic Viper to clean it up.
Really betted it on going for the double, you know, anti-air command grab there, but you know, Ebonic Plague was able to kind of punish accordingly. And I like the option of Q's doing it, using Potemkin's backdash into Potbuster now. Hopefully we'll see that a little bit more.
IB on the Garuda, tries to check the jump, but gets air thrown. And there's the clash on the Garuda, unfortunately. Doesn't FD cancel it or normal cancel it into anything. And it's just able to go out. Nice tech on the air throw from both players over here. BRC forward into the mix. Gets Garuda, unfortunately, and that's going to take that for Qeuw. We're going to end up 1-1 in this game right here.
You are not leaving this corner, Qeuw says, and you know, we saw Ebonic Plague try to get out of the Garuda pressure, waiting for the Garuda, and you know, the tip of it, and able to clash with the DP. But here we go, another D for his troubles. Okay, that burst was a little bit kind of interesting, but oh, there we go, backdash into Potbuster like you were mentioning earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the adaptation that you can see from both these players. You know, you've seen with Ebonic Plague's lack of trying to jump out of the command throw setups. And then the Potbuster after the backdashes is really taking a toll on these matches to have both these players function at their fullest. And Q's going to be the one who takes that one, bringing it up 2-1.
Yeah, this is looking like the same song and dance we're kind of seeing from yesterday, but you know, I believe in Ebonic Plague. I believe that he can definitely clean up his gameplay and make this a lot, makes it interesting, as he's done so right off the bat. So you know, don't count any player yet. We are getting down to the wire here, guys. I wonder if it's also more about like the burst like economy too, about you know if Ebonic Plague does get in the situations, you know, that scary Oki that if Potemkin has, would it be more fruitful to keep the burst until you know Qeuw shows his hand in terms of using Qeuw right then?
It is. It's one of those things because a Potemkin can easily set up a situation where they can just block that burst. So it's a little bit more beneficial to try to get it to a point of where they can, where you can get out of a bad Oki situation with Garuda. One thing that Qeuw has been doing as well is he's been trying to actually, it looks like he's been outside of the corner avoiding Garuda as like an Oki option to prevent any kind of backdashing, and just trying to rely on Pot's very good buttons. It jumps out of the PRC throw. It's the first time we've seen it, but it doesn't matter. You're still getting Pot Buster regardless. Stay in the corner. Oh, and the 5K comes out, but isn't able to fully punish it.
Ebonic Plague is waiting for that tension, I believe, to kind of force the situation. There we go, has it on deck, but as soon as he committed to the 6-8, Qeuw was there to punish.
We see it once again, that 5P coming out round start, just trying to check anything that Soul could be doing at that range. Now run up 5K, trying to prevent Qeuw from getting in a quick poke with something a little more unexpected. We just continuing the Soul pressure. Bandit Bringer coming out, trying to get any kind of hit to come through. Counter hit 6S, but gets Pot Bustered on the run up. Let's see 6S though, counter hits the flick.
Got the reset there on the meaty far slash. Wild throw, this is what you like to see. Ebonic Plague gonna go into the clean hit. Break the glass with the jump D. Of course, Potemkin's got to keep him alive long enough. Oh, and a great anti-air with the JK there on the Mega Fist. Not very easy to do, but we can definitely see that Ebonic Plague was ready.
It's one of those that it's a situation that he was very ready for with the experience with both those players.
They're having fun. You can see it right there.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're just trying to check each other using the mating call from the other side of the screen of you come over here, no, you come over here. And now we get the 6S one. He just keeps using that 6S to try to punish in these situations. And Slide Head coming out, but you see the Hammer Fall PRC air throw has been seen time and time again come from Qeuw. A great option. Using the 5K after the land on Banner Revolver to punish the armor there was such a great call. And now you can
out of the skies to push him all the way to the corner. This is a very scary situation. BRC just to slow down time and hopefully give himself a chance. Ebonic Plague come out unscathed.
Now once again the Hammerfall Pot Buster, the classic from Potemkin coming out, being able to have Qeuw take that up 3-1 as of right now.
Yeah, and this seems to be a situation where Qeuw is able on the startup of 6S when Ebonic Plague wants to throw it out, is there to either Hammerfall or like Potemkin Buster depending on the range, and that's really what's causing a lot of the bleeding here in this matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those player recognition things where you're really just able to know this is exactly where we're going to do it, and then punish a couple frames beforehand so you're able to get that optimal routing. I'm going to see, Ebonic Plague's got some work to up for him to finish this off, but Qeuw only needs one more game to take it.
Mankind knew that they cannot,
and we'll see how it goes as they skip the intros.
Yeah, no, the formalities are over. Now you're my enemy. We are 3-1, so Ebonic Plague needs to squeeze some more games out if he wants to stay alive. Otherwise, Qeuw knocking on his desk door here.
And now you can see just from the initial beginnings, with the intro skip, the lack of respect from both these players. They're now just saying, I'm going to challenge anything you do with something. An unfortunate combo drop right there coming through, but just trying to continue to punish with the 6S Gunflame. And Fafnir coming out, tries to PRC back like a Melty Blood combo, but unfortunately it doesn't work out in the end of it, and we're going to see a Tyrant Rave for the end of it.
Yeah, Qeuw was having kind of the right options, and unfortunately just kind of caught up in the silliness of hitboxes that can sometimes be in this game. But okay, we're seeing Ebonic Plague still kind of come alive, able to kind of tack on a little bit of damage despite some of the drops that we've been insane.
He's just gonna
Okay, slide it.
Yep, oh, the whiff on the grab, but no punish afterwards. You can see the RC just trying to continue the pressure, going for those 2 Ps, using the 6S with the gun flame, able to use the slide head out of it, but baits the YRC and blocks it. And now just bringing Soul all the way back to the corner.
Alright, Ebonic Plague is in a great situation, can just use the 6S to keep Potemkin at bay as Potemkin walks forward, able to get the counter hit sweep, checking him low once more. Garuda is coming out.
DP out of there. We're not having any more of that Garuda shenanigans. PRC coming out, gonna get the hit on the backdash, and that's going to kill, saving the burst for the next round, wanting to make sure you don't use it right at the end.
Now the burst economy is even here, so I think will really set the tone about who can bait out that option first.
So there's that counter hit JS starter, that button Ebonic Plague's been loving all day, and gets burst out of it.
Yeah, definitely the drink of choice, going back into 6S mode. Hammerfall though, flipping Ebonic Plague on the net legs.
And so that pressure continuing on for that JS once again after the I-80, and is just going to keep trying to move forward, using that 6S to punish, and is now going to have a Bandit Revolver into the corner with the RC, just waiting to get the Volcanic Viper into the wall. Qeuw now a one-touch situation from death. Ebonic Plague's got a little bit more to work with, but can still get Hammerfall if it's not careful.
Perfect time on the burst, but able to get clipped by the Hammerfall. This is a scary situation. It can all turn around. And Night Raid Vortex, I have had enough of you, Qeuw, and because I have the tension to make it safe, of course, but man, we definitely saw the cleanup there with Ebonic Plague. He was able to not drop any combos, and it seemed a little bit more in his favor because of that, and man, now, okay, it's not out of the woods yet. We are going, up 3-2 in this set, so Ebonic Plague, hold on for dear life.
Absolutely, he shows that he's not out of it just yet. He's willing to fight with scraps to the very end and saying, hey Qeuw, you're not going to beat me this time. But Qeuw's just looking for those last couple rounds to make it into his favor. And now the backdash coming up, and is able to check with the 2K afterwards, trying to bait out anything that Qeuw does, and forces the burst from both players very early. The trade on the Mega Fist and the JK, but there's the counter hit 6S, both with 50 meter into the corner. No continuation on the combo though, but that's going to allow the Soul to maintain the corner pressure. Uses Fafnir for active frames, comes in for the Bar Slash.
This is the time where Ebonic Plague is keeping Qeuw in the corner, and as soon as I said that, Qeuw burst his way out of there, saying I have had enough, I don't like playing this game, but Ebonic Plague says, no, you're going to keep playing this game, if I say so.
Once again, both having 50 meter, the whiff on the slide, but not able to do it. Gets the JK, but isn't able to fully get that combo out. Goes under it with the slide and is able to take it.
Yeah, perfect range, kind of nice vortex underneath the Gigantor. And Ebonic Plague already out of the gate, bursting through, saying, I want more games. The Potemkin Buster can take a large chunk of health. Ebonic Plague.
The 6S is beat, unfortunately, by the armor, and we're once again in a situation in the corner where this is where Qeuw wants Ebonic Plague to be.
Using the slingshot tech for the PRC, I like that choice. Hasn't done too much throughout the set, but it worked out right there.
Using the gun flame feint to try to bring out a large poke, but it doesn't work with Qeuw just checking with a fast 2K, and now we're going to see them, Ebonic Plague, just working as hard as possible to try to break this match through the barrier. But gets counter hit Mega Fist, avoiding bursting as much as possible. And now we're going to see him get put into the low situation, but then gets Mega Fist back.
There we go. Qeuw rotating his options, calling out buttons with the Mega Fist, as we've seen Ebonic Plague love to throw out the 6S's when he can.
Absolutely, but the start of this round is looking very favorable for Qeuw. Already got Ebonic Plague very low, forcing that burst where he's got a whole lot of life left.
This is looking very tough.
See the JD just preventing him from doing anything. The 6S attempt, but Garuda punishes it during the startup, and then Qew's gonna take it 4-2 with that interaction happening.
Yeah, that last round was looking very in Qew's favor, and unfortunately, Ebonic Plague kind of face tanked the Garuda at the very end. And even though the risk reward factor was definitely in Qew's favor of having that meter, and Ebonic Plague fought to the bitter end, but Qeuw, hard player to stop.
Absolutely, yeah. Qeuw just continuing to show his strength as one of the stronger players in Oregon with that with how those sets went. And I think we're about to enter our last game.
Yes, we are, guys. We are going to our last game of this PNW Airdashers Guilty Gear Strive exhibition. And what way would better end? We got Symbolist and DrBadfish. Honestly, some of the flashiest players I've seen today. Symbolist has like kind of stole my heart in terms of not only his soul play, but also the Happy Chaos play. I've been waiting to see his character kind of shine in our community, and I believe we're gonna see more of it as I see it kind of queued up on the monitor there. I mean, who knows? Maybe Symbolist will rotate out of there. But I am kind of flabbergasted in the fact that according to Symbolist, hadn't played too much fighting games in the past, right? Had only played a little bit of BB Tag, but really committed. Like, it has some kind of like prodigy genes. I don't know what it is, Tabby, but it's like he's uncontested.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been just asserting his dominance throughout this entire match, showing that if you would have told me that this guy was a seasoned fighting game veteran player for 20 years, I would have been like, that makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense. This guy has how many Evo Tommies? But you can see instead he's using that skill to just win this tournament. And it's now time, DrBadfish's turn to try to stop that. And you see that pressure just continuing to go. It forces the burst out of there with the counter hit, but now we're at full screen force. The reload coming out. And we're just going to keep shooting Chipp into the corner. There's thoughts of why of not switching to Soul in this matchup and staying with the Happy Chaos. I think not only is it I brought the ace out of my sleeve, time to keep it showing, but Happy Chaos does have a lot of really good tools in this matchup, which is the long range that makes it hard for Chipp to get in, as well as the high damage with Chipp's low health, but the damage is going to be pretty similar between both those characters. But DrBadfish is also showing that he's not going to let him have it, and he's going to take that.
Yeah, able to abuse the rushdown potential of Chipp, and also the fact that Happy Chaos doesn't have a great health pool either. So it's a really was a battle of like some wet noodles. Except one of the wet noodles has a gun.
Wet Noodle indeed. The stronger Wet Noodle will be the one who takes this, and right now DrBadfish is looking like the strongest Wet Noodle. It must be like wet lasagna or something with how wide it is. And he's just continuing that pressure over and over again. The gunshots coming out though, hitting him with the blicky into the wall break.
DrBadfish doing pretty okay so far. Oh, and the VRC and DP, DrBadfish on point, using that, able to slow down timing. I think you need to, especially a character with a weapon like this.
Now you can see DrBadfish taking that up 1-0 right now. And you might see Symbolist, you might want to think and consider switching to Soul at any point, but I kind of have a feeling we won't see that happen, maybe, unless it's happening right now because he hopped off the set. Nope, sticking with Happy Chaos.
Yeah, so you're gonna Happy Chaos. I think this might be a little bit trouble for Happy Chaos in terms of just like the speed that Chipp does have, but maybe it just takes a little bit of adjustment, and that's what Symbol believes in right now. And then maybe close to the end, switch it up. Who knows? Maybe go back to a more comfortable pick, but we'll see.
It's only been one game, so we got a lot of room to improve on there, and with how this matchup goes. But you can see already right there, pretty bare bones combo. Chipp at 50% health. And just able to continue a long combo from anywhere with the use of that gun as long as it's out. Applying the curse on their DP whiffs, but no full punish on it. Trying to bait something out. Attempting to get the throw. Goes for reload once again and gets another throw.
Yeah, the fear of the gunshot is there. And one thing that, Chipp does have in this matchup is it does take a long time for the reticle without curse to kind of like lock on to Chipp, but there we go. Symbolist taking no time to, take half health and gonna let Chipp reset. I think in this matchup, Chipp has kind of the benefit of off-teching because of the multiple jumps.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision tree, but Symbolist seems to have a plan with letting their opponent off-tech, and it might be a forced habit if they're not familiar with this matchup, in particular with Happy Chaos, but we'll have to see if they decide to change their plans anytime further, and then the clash into the counter hit trade right there. But DrBadfish is bringing him back to the corner, saying this is where you are going to be. We're going to wall splat into the super, and that should do it for that game. Oh, it doesn't. It didn't wall break because of... I forgot that super's weird and it doesn't wall break. It usually just resets back there, but he's still able to take it regardless. Yeah,
it gives him great Oki at the end there, and give DrBadfish an opportunity.
Absolutely. And then just once again playing that the shoot throw pressure. It's a little bit more like, but
the shoot throw pressure.
once again just using those gunshots while jumping. Now going into concentration super, trying to maintain as much meter as possible, and is able to now get the burst punish. But he's out of it. Only one in the chamber left. Got to save that golden round for the most prime opportunity. And you have so much risk build up that it's dangerous when you get hit with that Alpha Blade right there. And the combo's going to keep going. Nice blocks on the mix.
I'll say my man need to curve the bullet because you need to reload soon because Chipp is going right back in when you don't have the resources to fight. But still fighting out, able to reload 3 bullets. PFC just to keep safe. You're back in Happy Chaos Town.
Unfortunate for Happy Chaos though, is because Chipp's in the pressure world and doesn't have a lot of time to pull out, and that's going to allow DrBadfish to take that now up 2-0.
Yeah, we can definitely see that the speed of Chipp is really proving fruitful in this matchup, especially at the end there where, we saw Symbolist use the far S, but has so much recovery on it, but that's exactly what Chipp wants, able to abuse what that character has and go in for the whiff punish. Still sticking with the Happy Chaos. We're not seeing any changes. I was expecting Symbolist to kind of steamroll over everything, but DrBadfish, a seasoned Airdasher player, has played, Guilty Gear for a while, and so we're to see if there will be a change. I think though that we are sticking to our guns, so to speak. Whatever.
I don't know. It's the it's going to be the Wild West out here right now with how these two people are playing, and you're going to have a lot of chances to. Or DrBadfish is going to have a lot of chances specifically to try to show like how well he can handle this matchup at this level, and see that overhead coming out once again, using the RC to try to continue the mix. Doesn't have any kind of major resources to try to get out of the situation, is unfortunately hit by that second JH.
Concept of a normal like JH. It's been pretty good in mostly all games that Chipp has been in, and Happy Chaos is such a brand new character that I'm really giving DrBadfish for handling this matchup so far.
Absolutely, it shows a lot of his skill in actually playing this matchup, as well as his skill as a player as a whole. And we're going to see just that pressure continuing over and over again, continues J2K, but Symbolist is able to block all this pressure so well, but gets hit by the air Alpha Blade and comes the backdash out of the pressure.
Where are
gets
you
air
going? Good God. DrBadfish is sticking to Symbolist there.
We're going to see now the concentration shots coming out using the concentration super to keep getting more damage. Is getting the reload after thinking about it with 3 bullets clone coming out to protect them, but he's going to get the 6P into the kill right there.
Yeah, great idea to kind of just hide it under the clone there and hopefully eat it. And even the fact that, jump 2H is a multi-hit, had enough damage to take off DrBadfish though.
So now we can see them both sort of evolving over this match very heavily with just trying to change the pace to fit their character as much as possible instead of allowing their opponent to try to set the pace and counter what they're doing, which is I think you're going to see do better for the Symbolist here with Happy Chaos. Going to be bringing out the double gats, shooting them all the way across the screen, cursing him now with full bullets, a clone flexing those muscles to show their strength, but.
Yeah, definitely got the Goon Squad behind him, and man, the Symbolist with his fans, he got the gun as the symbol right now, and able to jump over the overhead, as we see DrBadfish like to use throughout the set, and a great air throw on the wall run. Okay, now there we go, Symbolist getting on the board. Not gonna let this be a dominant performance, but strategy, just punch. Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen that air throw animation before, but it's really cool.
Yeah, it doesn't come out too often, I think, because, you're usually seeing Happy Chaos on the ground just shooting and whatnot. And we saw earlier that, the at the ready stance that does so much damage to Chipp, even if it looks so simple as just 4 gunshots in a row, that something, so simple can be so potent.
And now you can see both these players really just trying to check each other into the corner immediately so they can keep maintaining their pressure over and over and over again. But DrBadfish is the one who won that interaction from the get-go. So now we're going to be able to see the burst coming out of the attempt at the wall run, but they're not going to allow, and they're just going to keep firing over and over and over again. Concentration super coming out, try to get more shots, but only 2 bullets in the chamber. Only 1 left, none left. You got to reload now, but gets a hard knockdown to opportune up for 4 bullets.
DrBadfish has to be on point, especially when, you know, Happy Chaos is low on resources. Got 2 bullets in the chamber. First has to deal with this mix-up. Good block so far, but eventually you do get opened up, and DrBadfish, very fancy conversion, and gets the reset on the jump pass.
And it even goes for the wall reset there for the JD to take that. Showing that they're not ready. They're ready to end this with style and with grace. Bringing it back into the corner already, right at the get-go. Burst coming back soon for Symbolist, but it's not going to matter in this combo string where the overhead comes through. It already has the wall break going out. Happy Chaos at low health. Chipp hasn't even taken a hit yet. And as that's going to seem to be the case as it goes on, RC's out to continue. It blocks the burst and is going to get the full punish. Going to be able to take that with a perfect, bringing it up 3-1.
What a statement DrBadfish is setting here. Is like, this is my tournament to, you know, to kind of like prove myself. So, and definitely are. And I'm definitely seeing, like, at the end there that, you know, even though Happy Chaos had all the resources in the world, DrBadfish has the fundamentals to know that, oh, I know how to take this away. I know exactly what spots you want to use it. So you're going to have to, you know, have to be a little more delayed or a little less obvious with your resources. But it doesn't matter. We are going back to the tried and true. If Symbolist wants to stay at the very top, I think it's a good call to go back to the Soul.
Absolutely, and this is also going to make it where you have to rethink about how you've just been playing the last couple games as DrBadfish, where you're not playing against Soul Bad Guy, you're not playing against Happy Chaos who's going to die in a couple hits. You're going to be the one who might die in a couple hits if you don't play smart. And you got to see right there, already at almost 50% health, and there hasn't even been a full combo done against him. Now the JP's into the Bandit Revolver, and there baits the DP, trying to bait a burst out with his combo, but is not even going to attempt with burst when they know they're going to get killed by that Volcanic Viper in the corner.
Yeah, definitely a different type of playstyle you kind of have to deal with, and it's not easy to adapt on the fly, especially when you have your fight such a slugger that is Soul. And I think you have to realize that now, okay, this character is in my face with big guns.
Absolutely. Now you're going to see that pressure just continuing to come out, though, and once again trying to DP there, but nothing comes out of it. So Soul's just able to keep getting those counter pokes over and over again. Life totals are pretty close, though, but as soon as Soul gets one interaction in his favor, it's going to turn the tides. Overhead coming out with the RC, forcing the burst over from Soul.
See there, Symbolist just kind of backdashing, trying to get an option, but DrBadfish keeping up the pressure.
And gets the counter hit Bandit Revolver in the air, so we're going to see a big combo in the corner. And with the super, we're going to get a Tyrant Raid.
Just a smidge of health. Good God. Chipp coming in soon.
He's one sneeze away from winning it, but we also just have to keep away for 50 seconds. But Chipp, if he gets any good hit, can actually take this round for himself with the meter. PRC's out, is able to get the counter hit with the K Alpha Blade, take that round.
Wow,
steal it.
That is some clutch right there. DrBadfish able to use the resources he has to kind of counter, you know, the escape plan that Symbolist was trying to get done. And DrBadfish says, like, hey, nice switch, son. But I think this set's mine.
Just because you switch doesn't mean my skill hasn't changed. We're now going to see that as he's on set point, one or two interactions left. Burst still remaining on Soul. RC out of the DP. The burst is baited. As long as nothing happens, that should do it. And DrBadfish is going to take this 4-1 against Symbolist.
Wow, there we go. DrBadfish not being outdone by, like, honestly, one of the heroes of this exhibition. And, like, you know, that was, I would say that was pretty dominant. I think it goes to show that, you know, even though if you have counter picks, sticking to your character and being warm on your character does prove to be really effective.
Absolutely, and that's why the DrBadfish was able to take that, showing off their skill not only against Happy Chaos, but also against Symbolist Soul, which had been dominating the entire tournament before this.
We are looking at the results here, guys. We have the final tally here, and it is, you know, Symbolist still going up one because of just the enormous domination in terms of, like, matches and games, having an 80% set win, you know, tying with DrBadfish, it seems. And then something innocuous, followed by Qeuw, GLaw, and then Ebonic Plague.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, these were a bunch of great sets that we had from all of our players here today. And once again, we'd like to thank everybody for coming out, and congratulations to Symbolist for winning this exhibition tournament. If you are new around here and you like what you see, please head on over to the PNW Airdashers Discord, and we are more than willing to bring you around here, and we'll teach you the ropes on whatever game you want to play.
yeah, we're very looking forward to having, you know, more tournaments, you know, online, but also we hope we get to offline once it's safe. You can definitely come out to Seattle Skirmish, where every day does host over there, and we would love to see you come out. But guys, it's a late Sunday night. We know we want to get some rest. You know, my name is Shaw. You can follow me at pshot37. And Tabby, where can they find you?
Well, you can follow me at Tabby Nickel on basically every social media. You know, we always appreciate you guys checking out around here. Make sure also, while we're at it, we can't thank her enough. Make sure to follow Devin and thank her once again for hosting this exhibition and putting in the time to get it all organized and put together.
Yeah, I really value, you know, Devin's dedication to throwing this, and also, you know, we got Dennis, you know, TOing behind the scenes there. We appreciate the people who kind of work for us there, and we appreciate people in the chat for supporting. We appreciate the views. You know, we'll hopefully get to some more exhibitions soon. I know you guys have been loving this, so I imagine we'll have some more coming up. But I think that's going to close it out for today. Congrats to all the players. And Tabby, thanks for, you know, holding it down with me today. Really appreciate it. And guys, we'll be strapping with you next time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.